Well, hello everybody. Corey Twig here with
Greg Williams.
We're here at the Northeast Procase at the Liberty Arena in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. We have got a pretty stellar lineup and a pretty big roster of some great high school players. A lot of kids from the tri-state area, but we also have some kids from Maryland and West Virginia, and some other places. And Greg, maybe you can kind of give what's going to happen today and what we're expecting to see.
Yeah, this is the third year that we've done this. The last 2 years, we've actually run this in Manheim, PA at Keystone State Baseball Academy. We made the move here to Williamsport this year to Liberty Arena. We actually are going to be running 3 events here over the next 2 days. The Procase today. Tomorrow morning we have an area code event with the area code games, and then tomorrow afternoon our North Central preseason all-state showcase for uncommitted players in this area of Pennsylvania.
And obviously for anybody listening out there as we go through today, I mean, obviously PBR Prep Baseball Report is, very well respected, and we just talked here a couple minutes ago about the fact that you guys are doing things all the way out in Erie, doing things in many states, and coming from a travel coach and a local person, I mean, the respect level for PBR has just kind of gone through the roof lately, and I can see why kids want to be a part of what you guys are doing. Now, you mentioned like the area code games tomorrow. What basically you want to give us a little more info on that and what that entails?
Yeah, we began a partnership with Major League Baseball this year. We're actually going to be operating the MLB Draft League in its infancy. The first year, it's going to be 6 organizations that were former New York Penn League single-A minor league ball clubs that in the restructuring of minor league baseball are no longer affiliated clubs, but beautiful minor league stadiums. We'll be in State College, Williamsport. We're going to be in Frederick, Maryland, Trenton, New Jersey, and we're off and running here. But the area code games is another initiative with Major League Baseball that we have partnered with.
And for you Williamsport fans out there, that does mean the Crosscutters are going to be back in action somewhat, but you also have the stadium where they have the Trenton Thunder play. Number 86 just ran here his 60-yard dash.
Right out the gates, number 86, Henry Garcia from James Monroe in New York. I'm sorry, Andrew KHOL from Central Bucks West in Pennsylvania. He's a Lehigh commit.
I didn't catch a number on him.
That was number 14,
Okay.
Matthew PUELLO. He's an NC Central commit from St. Thomas More School in New York. He was a 7-1 runner.
Didn't sound like he was happy with that time. He maybe runs sometimes quicker than that. He seemed a little at the end there, but 7-1 is not a bad time at all. It's crazy how far 60 yards actually is until you run it.
Well, I know 54, I no longer want to run 60 yards.
Good speed here.
And there's our quickest time of the day right there, 6:58 for number 70, and that was JOVANI WIGGS from Shaker High School in New York. He's uncommitted currently.
And we go 6'1", 188 with him.
6'5", and that's why these guys are pro prospects. Number 21.
Parsippany Hills, New Jersey. That's SALLIE. Going to NJIT.
6'5" runner.
Geez, they're all cooking.
That was number 11, Derek Cease, out in the Anacoke area here in PA, Penn State commit. Ran a 6'8".
5'7", 148, right. Coming out of an area that puts out some pretty good ball players, the Anacoke area down towards the Scranton way. Sounds like number 19.
That was Alex GABAUER, number 19.
Out of Norwin High School, out in the Pittsburgh area, 6 foot, 170. He's a shortstop.
Alex is a Penn commit, and he was a former Team Pennsylvania participant in the PBR Future Games.
And you can bet if he's going to Penn, his academics are probably outstanding.
Yeah, he's no dummy.
Do you need a pen?
That was number 66, Avery Lee. There's our first West Virginia participant. He's from Wheeling Park High School in West Virginia, Marshall commit.
Shortstop coming in at 5'10", 180.
He ran a 6'88". That was number 23, Jake Whitlinger. He's from LaSalle College High School and just north of Philadelphia. He's a Lehigh commit.
Coming in at 5'8", 175, and another shortstop, 6'9".
That was number 72, Gage Gillott. He's a USC Upstate commit from Connellsville area in Pennsylvania. Ran a 6'9",
And right-handed pitcher shortstop, 6 foot, 190.
That was number 20, Justin Rubin. Justin's a Friends Central school. He's a Virginia commit. He actually just recently changed his commitment and recommitted to Virginia. Ran a 6'8". That was number 76, Justin Butler. Justin was also a Team Pennsylvania participant in the Future Games. He's a Quakertown High School product, Lehigh commit.
Catcher coming in at 6'1", 200 pounds.
That was number 95. No, that's not the right number. Where's Asa? It was Asa Wilson, but I don't see his number.
Catcher out of the Palmerton area, 6'2", 205. Pretty good size there for a catcher.
Ran a 7.16, which is impressive for a catcher. That was number 98, Josh Zambito, who's a Maine commit.
And he is a big boy coming in at 6'4", 240. So obviously we're not going to see you know, those shortstop, second base type, you know, center field type numbers there, as he is a rather large human being. Good wheels there.
That was number 83 that just ran. ARIES SAMEK.
Out of Teaneck, heading to Clemson, 62205.
Last runner was Randy Carlo. He was a 7-2 runner there. Randy's a Bryant University commit out of Wilson West Lawn in Reading, PA.
Third baseman, 62200. A lot of good-sized players here today.
There's number 91, KHOL HERTZLER, two-way guy. Going to be very impressive on the mound later today. He is a Liberty commit out of Boyertown area high school.
And again, no waste on size here. 6'5", 220, right-handed pitcher.
That was number 97, Cullen Horowitz, also from West Virginia. We got a couple of West Virginia guys. He's an Army commit. He also is a Team Pennsylvania participant in the future games. He represented Pennsylvania. West Virginia did not have a team in the future games the year that he participated, so he played with us on the Pennsylvania roster and really impressed down in Georgia.
Third baseman, 6'4", 230. Certainly not a guy you'd want to run to in a dark alley.
Last runner there was number 90, Michael Callan Moss. He's a Seton Hall commit.
Out of Berkeley Carroll in New York, 6'2", 220, right-handed.
That was number 13, J.D. Greeley out of Pocono Mountain West, a Monmouth commit.
Third baseman coming in at 6'1", 165. He'll be heading out to play with one of our ex-players, Jackson Delana, who did a lot of things with PBR in the past.
Last runner there was number 96. 96 is Jacob Yeager. He's a Tri-Valley High School product going to St. Bonaventure.
He's a first baseman, 6'3", 230, right.
Oh, we got a little delay here. These guys are running in the same groups that they're also going to be hitting in, so they're broken up. We'll see all of the right-handed hitters swing before we see our left-handers and switch hitters at the end of our BP session. That was number 18, Andrew Morocco out of Pittsburgh, Franklin Regional High School. He is a Coastal Carolina commit, another guy that was a Team Pennsylvania participant in the future games. He's actually on some games that are hanging around here.
And he is a shortstop at 5'10", 170. Does swing it from the left side.
And that was number 85, Nathan Polo, who is our third Penn commit in the group today. He's from State College.
Outfielder, 6'4", 210, great size, and Penn is getting themselves some guys that can run.
That was number 87, Hunter Klotz, who we talked about earlier. He's from Central High School in Martinsburg, PA, center part of the state. He's a Kent State commit.
Catcher at 6'2", 215, has a couple of very talented running mates there at Central Martinsburg as well.
And that was number 94, Tyler Smith. He is a St. Peter's commit. He's out of Stony Brook High School in New York.
He's a catcher at 6'2", 225. Swings it from the left side.
That was number 67. And I apologize if I butcher his name, but it's, I believe, Ite Spinoza.
Ite, yes, I would agree with that.
Okay, he's an Elon commit. He's from Fayetteville, Manilius High School in New York.
Left-handed pitcher, outfield at 5'8", 180.
That was number 77, Jake Millen. He is from North Pocono High School, and he's a Florida Atlantic commit.
Outfielder, left-handed pitcher at 6'1", 200. He is a switch hitter, and he throws left-handed.
All right, that's going to conclude our 60s. We'll take a few minutes here where guys are getting heated up in the cages, and before too awful long, we'll be going live with our BP session here on the main field. We're going to step away from the microphones just for a few minutes while we get some things set up, and we'll be back with you when our live BP session begins.
So we are back to the Northeast Procase here at the Liberty Arena with PBR Prep Baseball Report. Let's talk a little bit about our technology and what we're going to be using today.
Yeah, you're going to see on the screen as hitters go live here shortly. We'll have some split screens. We're going to be showing you TrackMan data that will be giving us ball flight off of the bat. Gives you bat exit speed. It'll give you ball flight distance, so max distance or flight of the baseball. You'll also see blast motion data, things like how efficient a player's swing is, how long he's on plane going through the zone. A number that's in the 70% and higher range is excellent. Just basically gives the hitter a longer path or period coming through the hitting zone where he can be effective in barreling the baseball and hitting the baseball with authority. So we're looking at that being a 70% or better number. You also see rotational acceleration, how quickly a player is able to pivot the hips and get the bat into the hitting zone. You'll see bat speed and also attack angle from blast motion. So those things will be metrics that you'll be able to see. We'll also obviously be able to see the live swings as players are taking their hacks. They're going to take 8 swings each, jump out of the box, and then we'll go through a second round of 6 swings with each player. They're hitting in groups of about 5 or 6 guys in each hitting group.
And obviously so important to have, the proper technology when you're doing things like this. And you guys have that certainly covered today with a couple of different programs, and we're going to give you a great idea of what these guys are able to do.
Well, the neat thing is, and I don't understand all of the technology, but literally by the time these guys get back in their cars and start driving home, this data will also be available on our website on their profile pages. They'll be able to discern how they performed today. This type of information not only is important for college coaches, but obviously the pro scouts that are here looking at these guys as potential draft picks.
Absolutely.
So our first hitter today is number 71. This is Andrew KHOL. Andrew is an outfielder out of Central Bucks West and a Lehigh commit.
6', 190, swinging it from the right side with a wood bat. Showing some good pop.
We talked about the on-plane efficiency. Last swing there was 71%, so he's right in that category that we were talking about.
Showed off a little exit velo there.
The last swing was 95. I didn't see what the top was in the round, but anywhere in the mid-90s, you'll see some guys that'll even get over 100 today.
Looks like we got number 86 here. Hitting some rods. Absolutely putting it on.
This is Henry GARCIA. With the technology we're using, we can give you finite numbers, and what we found is it's normally somewhere between 5 and 8 miles per hour in bat exit velocity. So a kid today that's swinging it at 94 mile an hour bat exit with wood, if he was to step in here tomorrow afternoon in our preseason all-state event here, swinging BB core, he's probably somewhere around 100, 101.
Well, and it's crazy because, you look at these bats, and while they're weighted the same and while the inch is the same and the ounces are the same, wood bats have, typically are heavier on the end than some of the BB cores, which are pretty, balanced throughout. So when you're swinging a wood, you're showing that you're a man if you can put it in there. You can swing it in the 90s with a wooden bat.
Absolutely. This is number 70.
JOVANI WIGGS, Shaker High School, uncommitted from New York, 6'1", 188. He is an outfielder. Showing a good trigger with his elbows here. It's kind of his timing. Any numbers you want to highlight there? #21 is now coming to the plate here. We'll get you a name. We have Ty Sallie out of Parsippany Hills, New Jersey. He'll be attending NJIT, 5'10", 175, swinging it from the right side. He is an outfielder.
Just wanted to mention that in addition to obviously our PBR staff that's evaluating and collecting data today, we've got, and I think we're missing a couple. We've got about 8 different organizations here, but those that we have on the list that checked in, we've got the Tigers, the Rangers, we've got the Yankees, the Phillies, the Padres, the Marlins, all represented. I think we have a couple other organizations as well that are here today.
So obviously, you know, we're talking about some very, very talented players at the high school level, and, you know, some of these guys will go on to be college players and have great careers, and some of them may bypass that and head right into the draft.
Yeah, we've got, I believe the final number was 47 on the roster today between position players and those that are pitcher-onlys that'll be checking in a little bit later. It's not out of the realm of possibility that you'll see a handful of these guys actually hear their name called in July. This year's draft has been pushed back to the All-Star break in July. Others then probably will be follows that have the potential to be drafted out of college.
Sure. Well, and you hear so often, you know, the conversations that you have between, you know, what benefits the player more, you know, getting into one of these big-time college programs where they're going to work with college coaches and play a college career, or at age 17 or 18 hopping right into a major league organization where, you know, some of your coaches are the best coaches in the world, let's not lie. You know, and that's a big one with schools like Vanderbilt and Clemson and some of these big schools. It's comparable, but it's hard to say which is the best advantage when it comes to being a player, because I think there's so many players that have done it differently.
Correct. Yeah, and you know, you have a handful of colleges where some of the best high school players in the country committed to a handful of these schools. Vanderbilt comes to mind, you know, at Duke, schools that are high academic institutions, but also very talented, you know, perennial College World Series participants. It's a difficult choice for a young man. You know, you're drafted in the 3rd round and you're offered a signing bonus, but you also have a significant scholarship to an institution like Vanderbilt that historically develops players that, you know, migrate to the major league level very quickly.
Yeah, and having a friend or two that went both directions, you know, the major league offers typically do have some kind of a clause that would allow you to go back and have your education paid for. But once you're done being a player, you don't have too much time to do that. So a lot of it also, I think, boils down to, you know, the individual and the family as to what is your goal. You know, are you looking to have something in case baseball isn't there, or are you looking for, you know, the chance to jump up and maybe take care of that later on in your life?
Correct. We're now into the 2nd round for this first group of hitters. The first round they each took 8 swings. They're now taking 6 in their 2nd round.
And we're back to number 86 here, who was Henry Garcia. Again, a Southern commit out of James Monroe, New York. Big boy at 6'1", 215. And he has definitely shown off a very powerful stroke here today. Definitely has some pop. Henry will be playing outfield, it looks like, at Southern, and is a 2021 graduate here. Are all these guys 21s, Coach?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. This number 14 again.
Yes. Yep.
14 here, just updating the coaches on where we are. Shortstop outfielder attending North Carolina Central. This is Matthew PUELLO out of St. Thomas More High School in New York. 6'1", 165.
Pretty impressive. He's generating mid-90s, bad exit velocity with wood in a frame that's not quite as big as some of the other guys that we've seen today.
And definitely the frame to build on. The lankiness obviously gives him some of that whip that he's got and earns him some of that, but you put some pounds on this guy, and that's going to even get up there higher. He's hitting some tanks.
Yeah, next to the last swing was 97 exit velocity with wood, which is pretty impressive. We're back to number 70, JOVANI WIGGS. One of our 4, I believe, uncommitted athletes that are here today. And you say, well, why is a young man of this talent, still uncommitted? It could be any number of things. It could have been that he was committed and has decommitted from his initial commitment and is, weighing his options still.
Well, and obviously living in, what has become known as the year of COVID, it hasn't been easy for any of these guys. And, I'm pretty sure that some of these guys, their schools of choice might have been much, much different had it not been for COVID. But at this point, when you can get a scholarship, you kind of got to grab it at this point. Gave that one a ride.
All right, we're going to have a baseball pick here. It's interesting that you mentioned that, and we were talking about the draft and, decisions that real high-level prospects that might be committed to a major Power 5 institution. The other thing that comes into play with COVID is now you've got and coincidentally, at the same time, Major League Baseball truncates the number of rounds of the draft and also the number of minor league teams. So there's a groundswell of, it's almost like an avalanche. So now you've got players that may have taken a redshirt year and have the ability to remain on a college campus for 5 years. Now they have the opportunity to be there for 6.
Yep.
You've got incoming guys who in the past maybe you come in a class of 8 players and you're replacing 8 who either graduated or got drafted. Well, now you might not be replacing anybody. You're
Correct.
In addition to an existing roster that returns almost intact. So some of these guys that are uncommitted could very well just be evaluating their options, and junior college is an excellent option because now in the following your freshman year and your sophomore year, you have the ability to be drafted out of that JUCO.
Correct. Yeah, it's been a year like no other, and I mean that's why it's nice that PBR is grouping with some of these other with other organizations and allowing some of these kids who may not get an opportunity on a minor league roster just because of all of that, giving some of them an opportunity in the draft league that's coming this summer, and that should be an exciting thing.
Coincidentally, we've actually in the past 12 months, some of the best hires that we've had in PA and New York with our staff have been minor league guys that didn't have a place to play last summer because there was no minor league baseball.
Right.
They were familiar with the technology because they were already in pro ball where organizations were using it. So they were an excellent fit. Obviously, they have a baseball background, being players, but they also have the technology background because they've been immersed in it at the pro level, and a lot of them were initially in Division I programs, so they got it there as well.
And we are now looking at number 11. This is Derek Cease, shortstop, right-handed pitcher out of Nanticoke area here in Pennsylvania. He will be attending Penn State. That is his commitment, 5'7", 148, right.
I mentioned to you earlier, Derek gets about as much out of his frame as humanly possible. He ran a 6.8 earlier today. He's likely to bump 90 off the mound later in the day. He'll be 90 plus across the infield as a middle infielder in arm strength.
Well, I'm
just
telling
very
you what,
efficient in his movements.
You talked about on plane efficiency too. Watch this guy. I mean, this guy swings it across the tabletop.
Mm-hmm.
Jeepers.
The
He does really
swing
get
there
a lot
was
out of
81%.
his size. Whew. Lasers. Well, and isn't it awesome how, you know, every player, you know, different size, different strength, different abilities. You know, when it comes to this game, you've got to find a way to maximize what you have. And while we look at a kid who's not a huge package, he obviously knows how to use it.
Yep. Derek was a Team Pennsylvania participant in the future games, and following him up, this is Alex GABAUER. Alex is also a former Team PA guy. Alex is a Penn recruit, also a shortstop. Different frame, but both play the same position.
Absolutely.
So
there you go.
Just that,
exactly right. Two very different looking frames, but obviously two guys that are getting it done at a very high level. You know, where Derek was more short and quick, you see a little bit more of a lanky kind of a whipping motion here with this bat as opposed to that, but gosh,
yep,
getting it done.
And you'll see the same when they both work out defensively. Their motions and actions as hitters are similar defensively. Derek will be a very short, explosive, short arm swing.
Okay.
You know, quick release, but big arm strength coming across the infield. Where Alex will be a glider, long steps, fluid, low to the ground across the infield.
Now, you know, where do you sit on the, you know, and I guess this is an age-old discussion, I guess. Where do you sit on, you know, the ability for maybe somebody Derek's size to be a shortstop as opposed to maybe he may, you know, at this level, at high school level, he's obviously skill-wise probably above so many other players in his area. You know, do you feel like that size difference makes him look like a second baseman?
The reality of Division I Power 5 baseball is that that frame says second base, even potentially outfield.
Okay.
Have guys done it at that size, at
Sure.
that position? Absolutely. It's not the norm, though.
Right.
I mean, if you go to the major league level and you know, put Jose Altuve
Yes.
in a line of
Yes.
10 guys and say pick out the most talented major league guy in this lineup, not knowing anything, you know, pre-conversation, he's the last guy you're going to pick.
Right.
So it can certainly be done, but it's
Sure.
not the norm.
Well, and you look at what they couple him with on the middle infield, a guy that's, you know, exactly opposite body type, size, you know,
Correct.
everything at shortstop.
Yep.
We have number
66. This is Avery Lee out of West Virginia. Wheeling Park High School. He's a Marshall commit. He's a guy that we first saw, I would say 3 years ago. Plays with the Pittsburgh Outlaws travel program, and we had run a scout day with them at Seaside Sports in Pittsburgh. We do it annually. We actually just did their scout day a couple of weeks ago for this year. And, I mean, he really, really stood out. And I immediately got on the horn to our director of scouting in West Virginia and said, if you don't know about Avery Lee, you need to know about him. He is a player. He is top 10, maybe even top 5 in their class rankings in West Virginia. Very good player.
5'10", 180. Definitely a lot of fast twitch muscle movements there. Watching him as a hitter. Now we go to number 20 here.
Yep, this is Justin Rubin. Justin's a Friends Central School product, and he's a Virginia commit. And I mentioned earlier that he was actually committed to Yale. So two very high academic institutions.
Oh, yeah.
Committed to Yale, decommitted, and recommitted to Virginia, probably within 6-8 weeks after he decommitted from Yale. Ran a 6.8 earlier today.
With a big body to run that good.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely not a lot of movement. Settles himself and just gets that knob and just, I mean, that's a pretty stroke right there. Number 72 here coming to the plate.
This is GAGE GILLOTT. GAGE is a primary pitcher, but he's also a shortstop. Big arm strength you'll see later in the day. Connellsville area, PA product, and USC Upstate commit.
Right-handed pitcher, shortstop, going 6 foot 190. Little bit of a leg kick guy, kind of a modified.
You talk about on-plane efficiency numbers.
Yes.
Last two swings, 89, 90. That one was 83. If you recall earlier, I said anything above 70% is pretty impressive. Those numbers are very impressive.
Very consistent, because there's an 85 as well.
He's also turning out bad exit velocities in the mid-90s with wood, which correlate to over 100 miles an hour with the BB core aluminum that they're swinging in high school and amateur baseball.
Still not quite any sound like the wood, though, you know what I mean?
No.
These bats nowadays, throwing batting practice with my high school and travel teams, you're either getting deafened by the sound or you hardly hear anything. It's like there's not much in between. But the wood bat's a nice little middle ground for that.
Yep. This is number 23, Jake Whitlinger. He's a LaSalle High School product, committed to Lehigh.
A lot of kids here that are academically strong. Obviously, Lehigh is an academic stronghold, basically almost an Ivy League school here in Pennsylvania. He's a shortstop at 5'8", 175.
Lehigh actually benefited greatly from the COVID, and I hate to, point to a bad situation and say somebody benefited from it, but they actually had the ability to recruit some athletes that in most years they might not be able to recruit, but because of COVID, they agreed to eliminate the junior year academic requirements from a high school transcript because kids, weren't in school, were partially in school, were doing remote learning.
Sure.
So some of the stringent entrance numbers were kind of lowered a little bit, and they got some really good athletes.
Well, and I think there's so many Division II and III schools that will benefit for a lot of other reasons as well. Mainly the jump in the number of players on the roster for these D1 schools. I believe they bumped it up to 40, or allowing 40, and they're bringing back a lot of players that normally wouldn't be coming back. So there could be a lot of transfers, a lot of kids into the portal. Who's to say?
Yeah, we've already seen a lot of kids that were D1 commits that were told, unfortunately, we no longer have the scholarship money that we thought we were going to have for you, and have made a new commitment, and in some instances it has been to a high-end D2 program.
Well, and I guess, great for those schools, because there are some schools out there that, the D2 level, you can definitely compete. Maybe not on a day-to-day basis quite like some of the bigger Division Ones, but some of those teams are now going to be able to say, listen, we can compete with you guys now, and now we mean it, because we've got those extra 2-3 guys that sometimes a sometimes a D2 and 3 may be lacking.
We're right smack in the middle of Pennsylvania, and the Pennsylvania State Athletic Conference at the D2 level is arguably one of the top 3 D2 conferences in the country. It's the largest athletic conference at any level in the country in sheer number of programs or institutions. On a yearly basis, there are more players drafted out of the PSAC than most D1 programs in the state. It's a very, very talented league with talented baseball players. And
at this point, you got to believe that Millersville's kind of taking the step up. They're kind of stepping up in the world, but there's certainly no slouches anywhere. And over the years, the Kutztown Bears have been strong, and Slippery Rock, and the list goes on and on. So, back 10 years ago, Westchester was making trips to the college, the NCAA Division II College World Series. So it's it is absolutely a very good conference that is now probably going to get better.
I'm a little biased. I played at Slippery Rock.
Okay.
My son played at Millersville, so I'm very familiar with the PSAC.
All
And
right.
obviously, having been the state director here in PA now for 9 years, I see a lot of PSAC baseball, and it's a very talented league, and it's an awesome option for talented players. And if you just go down the roster of the 18 programs in the league and look at the number of D1 kickbacks, guys that left PA, went off to a D1 program, for whatever reason didn't work for them, have now bounced back. In a lot of situations, it probably was the right fit for them initially, but they didn't realize it until after going somewhere else and figuring it out.
You just finished watching number 66 there, Avery Lee. We talked about him earlier out of Wheeling Park in West Virginia. Shortstop. And we're going to now get the baseballs picked up and move along to our next hitter. This will be his second round.
This is Justin Rubin again.
Okay. Yep, number 20 there. Justin Rubin going to Virginia out of Friends Central. 6'1", 170. He is a shortstop, right.
For those that don't know, Friends Central is one of the Philadelphia area high schools that they play in the Friends League, which is a private school league that does not play in the PIAA. In a non-COVID year, they have the opportunity, since they don't play under PIAA rules, to play an exorbitant number of games, more so than the PIAA schools are permitted to. And they play a lot of games against the Interact, which is the premier league in the Independent Schools Association in the Philadelphia area, with the schools like Malvern Prep, Penn Charter.
I was not even aware of that, and I know obviously coaching, in the PIAA, we basically, you get 20 games regular season, 2 scrimmages. And that's the one crazy thing that you start looking at, some of these high schools that are independents or these high schools that are down south. I have one player on my travel team that's from Texas. They've got 3 games in already this week, and they're going to play about 40.
Well, my son was born on February 11th, 25 years ago. I was coaching high school baseball in Central Florida at the time.
Jeez.
It was the one and only high school game as a head coach I ever missed. That was opening day.
I think you're all right. Oh,
yeah.
Well.
Opening day of that season, he was born, and I knew 9 months or, 3 months into the pregnancy when we got an expected delivery date. I said, oh, no, it'll be February 11th.
Didn't quite time that one right, but hey.
That's our opening day. That's when he's coming, and sure enough, so we knew he was going to be a baseball player. And I named him Ted Williams. So
Right.
Nothing like putting a little pressure on him.
Number 72 here. We got Gage, GILLOTT, Connellsville area, going to USC Upstate. He's a right-handed pitcher and shortstop out of Pennsylvania. 6', 190, right. The size of some of these guys is outstanding. I mean, when his left bicep pops out there and tricep, he's no stranger to the weight room, that is for sure. I think that's something we've talked about here earlier. We were watching these guys warm up. It's almost like we're not really watching high school guys. These guys have figured it out. Many of these guys, they are studly, I guess you would say, for high school kids, because the size of some of them is just, it's immense.
It's no secret that the weight room is a recipe for success. You're not going to necessarily become more athletic, but you're going to be more athletic in your body and your frame and your actions the stronger you become. And no matter how hard you work, there's somebody working harder than you. So,
that's right.
And a lot of kids, it's a real eye-opener when they get to college and find out, oh, gee, I thought I was working hard, and then they find out what hard work really looks like, or for that matter, sign a professional contract and find out what it looks like.
Well, and the ones that can figure that out early on in their career are the ones that obviously have a step up, because once you realize you're a little behind, it's not real easy to catch up, that's for sure.
Well, you're going to see our president of operations, Dan Savit, who was a 13-year minor league left-handed pitcher, got to AAA with 2 different organizations. He's going to throw a bullpen later today And at 37, his goal is to try to touch 90 today.
Hey.
But he'll tell you. I mean, you look at his rookie card as a first-year minor leaguer. You know, if he turned sideways, you wouldn't see him in the card. And today's at 260 and just lives in the weight room. And he will be the first to tell you if he wish he had figured it out a little bit earlier.
I would be in that fan club as well. I mean, I was always a bigger person, not necessarily cut in strength like I wanted to be, but you're right. When I got to college and saw the size of some of my teammates, and, you know, I lifted weights, I would guess, recreationally at that point, where some of these guys, it seemed like it might have been their job.
Right.
Got number 23 swinging it here, a little bit of loud contact. Really loud contact. Short and sweet. Jake Whitlinger, LaSalle High School in Pennsylvania. He's heading to Lehigh, 5'8", 175. He's a shortstop. And, man, he is getting the head to the ball.
Another guy you asked about, Derek Cease, earlier, and, you know, at his frame, you know, my expectations, would he be a guy that's going to be able to compete at the shortstop level? Here's another guy, 5'8", but a little bit different frame. He's probably about 15 pounds heavier than Derek is. And you'll see when we get to defense the way he moves around at short. My answer here would be, yeah, I think even at 5'8", he's capable at the Division I level to man that position.
Wow.
Is it likely? Once again,
sure.
Probably not.
Sure.
Depending on what they currently have on the roster when he gets there, you know.
Comes number 74 to the plate, another big fella. JOSUE VALDEZ, catcher out of Salesian, New York. He's going to be attending Villanova. 6 foot 200. Appears to be bigger than that, but we'll give you 6 foot 200 for now. And, man, you can get it through the zone. Getting a lot of top spin here, putting the bat on it. Now there's one he got through. Heads up over there.
Interestingly enough, you just talked about that. His spin rate, which is another metric the TrackMan measures, was around 1,600 on the top spin and more like 2,800 on the backspin.
It's amazing.
The ability to backspin the baseball gives you ball flight.
And you look at, you know, years ago there was totally no way to measure that, but you can absolutely, the more you watch this technology, the better that spin rate is, whether you're hitting or pitching. Basically, the harder and farther it goes.
Yep. One exception to that, and we'll talk about it when we get to the bullpens and pitching, is on spin rate, is the low end number is also good because you're now creating sink.
Okay.
You just don't want to be in the middle.
Yep.
Middle gets hit hard. So high spin rate guys, very good. Low spin rate guys, mucho bueno.
Yeah.
In between, not so much.
Number 76 here at the plate. Certainly we are not at a shortage of big players.
This is Justin Butler from Quakertown Community High School, another guy that was a Team Pennsylvania participant in the future games.
Catcher at 6'1", 200, and if you are the head coach at Lehigh, you have a big smile on your face today. If you can land all these guys and they don't end up getting drafted before they get to you, it looks like you're getting some good ones.
Yep, I go back to that, what we were talking about. They really benefited from the issues with COVID and the difference in admissions requirements. Not to say that either of these two young men that are committed to Lehigh wouldn't have gotten in without that, but they have an inordinately large incoming class, and it's some of that is a result of that.
Number 98 here, Josh Zambito out of Penn Hills, Pennsylvania. He's going to be he's committed to Maine as a catcher and a first baseman. 6'4", 240 from the right side.
And as to use a common term, he is strong like bull.
Yes.
He absolutely lives in the weight room. And he just blew the sensor off the butt of his bat.
He's like, man, I'm driving too fast for this. Yeah, he is a big fella. Definitely a guy that you can look at and say this guy's working hard. Got a little momentum break here for a second as we fix the blast unit for his bat. Looks like we got it all figured out here. I would say he fits the I would probably say in this day and age he looks to fit the mold of the first baseman, maybe a little bit more than even the catching position. You know, catching position has evolved so much through the years. I would say 10, 12 years ago this was the prototype of a catcher's body.
Correct. It's interesting you say that. Josh probably went to his first PBR event probably the summer leading into his freshman year of high school, and we've seen him at 8 or 10 events over his high school career. And up until about 2 events ago, he was a first baseman, third baseman.
Oh, wow.
And he made the conversion to behind the plate because he's got good arm strength. But he is, a guy that's a catcher, first baseman, and may end up at either of the 2 positions at the next level.
Here comes number 6'9" on the jersey.
This is Asa Wilson from Exeter Township in Pennsylvania.
Yes, sir.
Another Penn commit.
Catcher Asa Wilson, 6'3", 185. Lanky frame with good bat whip coming through. Nice high one-hand finish.
Ace has really, really worked hard. Again, like Josh Zambito, who we just talked about, we've seen Ace quite a bit over his high school career, both at events that we've run, but I've also had the ability to see him a number of times in high school games scouting, and he's always been a good player who became an above-average player who became a Division I recruitable player. So he's worked his tail off. Always was a guy with very good foot speed, and a part of his issue was he's always been long and lanky, and he had to find his body, and when he did, it all came together for him.
Well, and some surprising pop there from him, really, for a guy his size. Really gets the bat through the zone and makes some solid contact. Now moving to number 84 here. Got Brock Bollinger out of Palmerton, Pennsylvania. He'll be attending Misericordia. At least that's where his commitment lies as a catcher. 6'2", 205. Going old school, no batting gloves here.
We've done a number of events over the years at Misericordia University, one of the finest Division III facilities in the Northeast, as well as very, very good program historically over the last 10 to 15 years. Very, very competitive, not only in their conference but in the region, and vying for a World Series spot just about every year.
100%. What a great reputation. In the D3 schools, obviously they're looked at as some of the schools that, unfortunately, without the scholarship aspect, it's tough to get players. But again, probably some schools and teams that are going to be a little happier with the way things are going.
Pete Egbert, who's the head coach there, is a great guy. Does a fantastic job with that program, and we love going up there anytime we get an opportunity to.
Now, have they turfed that facility?
They have not. It's natural grass, but it's one of the nicest natural grass facilities I've seen. They've got a guy with their buildings and grounds that one of his primary jobs is the baseball field, and he takes great pride in it. I know when we've been there, if we start an event at 9 a.m. in July,
sure,
he's out there mowing and doing various things on the field at 6 a.m. before we ever get
Getting
there.
Getting all that dew off of there so you don't have soaking. Yeah, that's awesome.
And about 3 years ago, they put in a very nice bleacher system and press box behind home plate that, while it doesn't seat the number of fans that a Division I program would, it's on a par with a lot of Division I programs, just a little bit less seating.
And we've worked our way back here to number 74 again. This is JOSUE VALDEZ, catcher, Salesian, New York, heading to Villanova. 6 foot 200 righty. Stinging it. Wow, a little bit of pop there.
That one registered 103.
That's impressive.
So that's the first 100-plus reading that I've at least laid eyes on looking over at the screen. So that's, you called that one right.
Well, and just to tell, some of the people that may be listening, I mean, if you're in the hundreds with a wood bat, you are creeping in on, some of the major league stuff. I know I'm not really sure what the, the major league average is, but, just for comparison's sake, I think Jose Bautista had one of the best exit velos over the past 5 or 6 years, and I want to say it was 119 or 120.
Yeah, I was going to say about 120 is probably peak that you're going to see in game action.
But I mean,
Coach, what do you think? Like they're creating.
Yes.
The velocity of the pitch is creating some of that for them at the major league level. Where they're not seeing that same velo here today.
Good point.
By comparison, we ran our Super 60 Procase that we run every year on Super Bowl Sunday. Normally it's in Chicago. The pandemic protocols in Illinois forced a move to the Milwaukee area this year, but we ran it just last weekend on Super Bowl Sunday. And the top bat exit there in live BP like this was 108.
Wow.
So 103 is climbing into that same stratosphere.
Sure. And like you say, a lot of times when you're watching major league games, it's typical to see 108 to 112 to 1, somewhere in that range. And when you get a guy that really puts it into one, you can get into the upper teens with that.
Right.
It's such a juggling act. You watch all these numbers and these players, everybody's obviously trying to create that backspin and get that exit velo, and it's just amazing how, as a player, you got to look at each one of those numbers and say, overall, I've got to try to increase all of them for the best results. So much different, things to think about.
It's interesting with the combination of blast motion and TrackMan, and all this data goes into not only into their profiles as players at an event, but they also get portals on the website for TrackMan and for blast motion, and there's more available to them than what the average person would see on our website. And it's interesting, you might have a 103 bat exit and another guy likewise has a 103, but how you get to that 103 can be vastly different.
Right. Well, and again, I think there's your body makeup. I think for certain body makeups, an improvement in this would be better for.
Yeah. Yep.
So that's what makes it a great game, though. Really, you just everybody's working for kind of the same goal, but everybody's a little different in how they get there. When I started coaching, when I played ball, they used to say, well, one of the hardest things to measure is heart and determination. Well, that hasn't changed. But I can tell you that sitting at a desk cross country right now, you could be looking at these stats and you kind of can tell if a guy can play or not.
Oh, absolutely.
But the heart and the desire and all of those other things that turn guys into superstars is the one thing that's missing.
What these numbers do for scouts like ourselves with Prep Baseball Report, or college coaches that are out evaluating, or pro scouts that are here today, is it takes what you see with your eyes, what you feel like you're seeing, and it vindicates it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, okay, that's Absolutely. Why it looked like, his ball flight was different than everybody else's, because he's creating a 103 bat exit. He's got this type of spin rate on his ball flight, which is giving it more carry. It's just extra vindication of what you think that you're seeing with your eyes is true.
100%. The life of a scout. There were 20 years ago, a scout would tell you, "Oh, this is what I saw, and this is what I heard," and this. and now they can validate it with this number. You can say, hey, I heard this guy hitting in the cage and it had a different sound. Well, now I can also show you why it had a different sound.
There's proof in the pudding, right?
So good swings there. Again, we've got number 6'9" coming around for his second time.
This is Asa Wilson. Yep.
And we just finished up our round. I believe was that number 99 that just finished again?
That was Josh Zambito that just finished up.
Okay, Zambito just finished. Number 98. Kind of exciting, I can't lie. Kind of exciting sitting here, you know, after all that we've been through and, you know, going to a lot of tournaments and different things, finally starting to see people coming in to watch these players again is really exciting. And obviously with some of them being, you know, pro scouts, we talked about the Tigers, the Rangers, the Padres, the Yankees, the Phillies, and, you know, obviously some college coaches and other here. It's just exciting to feel like we're heading back towards these guys getting the ability to perform in front of other people.
Yeah. You know, we're not obviously 100% there, but slowly but surely, hopefully.
Yep.
This is actually probably about the 7th event that we've run since we've turned the calendar to 2021, and it's the first time that we've actually been allowed to have any parents in the facility.
Okay.
And there's not an inordinate number here today, but a few.
Well, and as if baseball is not tough enough on you mentally, you know, then to have to go through a time where you're at the height of your high school career anyway, and you don't feel like you got a lot working for you, that's for sure. So, you know, thanks to PBR and getting these cameras out and getting this equipment and you know, being able to show a player and how good they are with quality metrics and quality technology is certainly been a godsend to these players.
Yeah, and I certainly understand, you know, the old guard that's been hesitant to get on board with the technology. I would probably put myself in that category, being mid-50s now. I probably jumped on board a little more quickly than some, but there was a point in time where I said, you know, it's all smoke and mirrors.
Right.
You know, why is it necessary? Well, the more you delve into it and
That's
realize all that's there for you,
That's
and
right.
what you can garner from the information, not only from a scouting standpoint,
Right.
but from a player standpoint and development of your abilities.
Right.
It's silly not to jump on board at this point.
Well,
and there certainly still has to be the human element as
Absolutely.
well. I'm not saying that there should not be physical eyes on the athlete making the final decisions, but there has to be some kind of marriage between the two.
Sure. Well, and that's the thing. If they don't pass the eye test, you really don't even get to the second one too much.
Correct.
But once a player does pass the eye test, then it becomes, okay, let's find out. He passes the eye test. Where does he sit amongst A, B, C, D players that are, you know, putting up some good numbers?
Correct. And we've told kids forever and a day that, you know, they want to know, you know, what if I've got a 94-mile-an-hour bad exit velocity and I run this and my arm strength is this across the diamond or from the outfield, where does that put me as far as, am I a Division I recruit? Am I a Division II? No.
Right.
We've seen plenty of players with ridiculous metrics who can't play the game.
Yes.
Conversely, we've seen some kids that don't look the part, whose metrics may not be overly impressive, that can flat out play the game.
84, Brock Bollinger, who just finished, heading to Misericordia, now jumping to number 83.
And now this is a new group.
Okay.
And keep your eyes on this young man. He
Clemson
is a player.
Third baseman, ARIES SAMEK, out of Teaneck, New Jersey, 6'2", and I did say that correctly. This is a Clemson commit. So obviously talking about, you know, Power 5 and a great college baseball conference and a great college baseball school.
Had an opportunity last summer to see him for the first time, and I was absolutely blown away. This young man can play.
Tremendous job of keeping his hands inside the baseball. Strength, you can see that. Very subtle and then explodes. Got some good. Oh, jeez. You heard it get quiet in here all of a sudden, too. Isn't that interesting?
That's usually a sign. And it's funny. It happens at every event that we run. There's a couple, 3 guys, and you don't have to have a prior knowledge of the player.
Yeah.
About 2, 3 swings in, all of a sudden it starts to get quiet, and people take notice and say, "Oh, that's different."
Well, and just, you know, obviously he's blessed as an athlete, and he's got some work ethic to go with it, or he wouldn't be heading where he's heading, and he's showing us right now why.
Next up, 97.
This young man is
Boy.
strong.
This is number 97, and he's definitely the largest high school baseball player that I can honestly say that I think I've ever seen. Third base, 6'4", 230. This is Cullen Horowitz out of Jefferson, West Virginia. And talk about passing the eye test. I think he could pass it as a football player or maybe even a professional wrestler. He is a big boy.
Yeah, he can swing the bat. Played for our Team Pennsylvania roster, as I mentioned earlier, when he ran the 60. In the future games down in Georgia, represented Pennsylvania, but he's from West Virginia, plays for a high school program. He's got a head coach with more than 1,000 high school wins. And to get to that level.
Well, he's probably had some other guys that can play.
Well, with the number of games that you play in a shortened high school season, to get to 1,000 wins is not easy.
Oh, it's crazy.
Obviously, he's been doing it a long time as well.
Oh, my. Comes off a little different there. I mean, he's the type of guy, and you just see that he can, on a ball that he mishits, he can still accidentally hit it out, it looks like.
Nice thing, you're going to, like we talked about, you see different methods to get to a big bad exit or big metric numbers. The thing I like about Cullen is in that size, he's not coming out of his shoes.
No.
He's balanced.
It's controlled aggression.
Something that could be translated into gameplay.
Yes.
He actually led our Team Pennsylvania roster in hitting that year. He played in the future games. I think he had about 8 hits in 3 games against some of the best uncommitted high school players in the country. Really had a good event.
96.
Here comes number 96, not to be outdone. He's another guy that's a pretty big boy here.
This is Jacob Yeager from Tri-Valley High School in New York. He's a St. Bonaventure commit.
Okay, the Bonnies getting themselves a good one. He is a first baseman, 6'3", 230.
We talked about guys, getting it done a little bit differently. You saw Cullen at an inch taller and about 15 pounds heavier with a much more compact, shorter swing.
Yes.
He generates bat whip with a little bit lengthier,
Agreed.
more fluid swing.
Agreed.
Both will work.
And you can see, though, the potential to, unload on one, but I would agree his is a little more smooth path, not quite as violent. But like you said, can still get it done and can still play. Whew, that's a rocket. Machete, he hasn't even worked up a lather out there yet, has he?
Oh, no. This is just a little morning stretch.
Here comes number 90 to the plate.
He will throw every pitch of this BP session to every player and be ready to go into the cages and say, who's next?
The world is a better place with guys like that, I'll tell you. It's pretty amazing. We're waiting on number 90 here, first baseman. Michael Callan Moss out of Berkeley Carroll, New York. He is a Seton Hall commit, 6'2", 220. He's going to swing it here from the right side. Carries those hands low as he's waiting on the pitch. And then wham, just explodes through it. Little a la Eric Davis almost.
Yeah. Maybe not quite as much of a bat waggle, but you're right. Yeah, that does have a resemblance to Eric Davis.
I think people still wonder how Davis did that.
And now anybody in their 20s and 30s is jumping on the internet trying to figure out who the heck's Eric Davis.
Right. Well, the only thing I remember, I was an A's fan, and I remember he took his hands from about his belt buckle to his shoulder and took Dave Stewart deep a couple times in a World Series.
Dave Stewart's not a guy I would have wanted to make angry.
Yeah, I don't know if he's real satisfied with that round. Got some good swings. We'll get another 6 coming up here in a few minutes.
All right, this is one that I've been waiting on. This is Randy Carlo.
Okay, number 78.
A Wilson West Lawn High School product out of PA. Bryant University commit.
Where is Bryant University?
Bryant is in...
I don't even know. Is it West Virginia?
No, it's...
awful, I should know this.
Northeastern New York,
okay.
I believe. Yes.
I guess we don't have stat guys yet, do we?
Randy was a young man, or is a young man that we've seen for about 4 years now. Has changed his body type dramatically. Has always been an excellent offensive player, but has worked extremely hard, and you can see.
Gosh.
I mean, he is put together now.
Well, and I just love, like, his stance is just so balanced. He's just sitting into his legs nice.
We had Randy on our 14U Junior Future Games roster for Team Pennsylvania down in Georgia, going into his, it would have been going into his freshman year of high school, I guess, and just absolutely pulverized baseballs all week against some of the best competition in the country.
Comes number 13.
This is J.D. Greeley.
Yep, J.D. Greeley, Pocono Mountain West, heading to Monmouth. Third base right-handed pitcher out of Pennsylvania, 6'1", 165. Now, real quick while we have a second, some of the things that we've been talking about, the futures games and events like this, obviously, if you're not involved in the PBR system, it's pretty difficult to get yourself, some of this exposure and some of the things we're doing. So, where do some kids that might be listening to this or watching this, where do they begin? What are some of the entry-level, I guess, events that some of the kids may want to get involved in?
Okay, well, we're actually right in the middle right now of our winter preseason all-state tour. So we basically will be going to all 4 quadrants of the state. They're open enrollment, open registration events, and from there, the top players get invited to participate in our PA state games second week of June. Roughly 400 to 450 players that individually get placed onto teams. They do a workout while they're there. They'll play 3 games in front of, pandemic
right.
Related. If it clears college coaches to be in attendance, probably 150 or more college programs. From that event, we then select the top 20 to 25 uncommitted. This year would be 2023 and 2024. So current sophomore and freshman players in the state to represent Pennsylvania at our future games in Georgia at Lake Point.
So plenty of opportunities from a name that is now, I gotta tell you guys, one of the names that is the most respected names when it comes to, helping to, get players to the next level, and the trusted numbers, and every time they come to an event, they can update their numbers, correct?
Yes.
He's hitting some absolute seeds right there. J.D. Grilly doesn't look the most conventional, stands pretty straight up, gets a lot of whip, but man, does he come through. What number do we got here?
This is KHOL HERTZLER, number 91.
Okay, number 91. There he is. He's out of Boyertown area, one of the old American Legion stalwarts. He's heading to Liberty, 6'5", 220, right-handed pitcher. Liberty's not a horrible place to be either, is it?
No, I'll tell you what, they've got some of the best athletic facilities in the country.
Pretty conventional stance, a little bit of a leg kick. Got some wicked pop. Bars that front arm just a little bit.
Cole's one of those guys. We'll probably have a dozen or more guys that will touch 90 or better off the bump today. He'll be one of those guys. We've seen him up to 92. He's currently ranked number 11 in our PA class of 2021 rankings.
And now with your ranking system, you're taking the kids that are coming to your events, that are putting up the numbers, that are, obviously they're backing it up in their play on the field with their travel teams or whoever they may be playing with. And
yeah, it's a combination of things. First of all, you do not have to attend a PBR event to be in our rankings.
Okay.
Our job is to paint the best picture that we can for college coaches across the country of the top talent in each state that we operate, which is basically every state in the country now. And
but obviously you are helping them find you if they are that kind of a player.
Sure. I would say at this point in our existence, in a prep baseball report at the national level, at least in Pennsylvania and New York, probably 80% of those that are in our rankings have been to a PBR event at some point during their high school career. Not all of them.
Sure.
Attending an event does not mean that you're going to be
correct
in the rankings, nor does not being in the rankings mean you're not a collegiate talent.
Correct.
There's a finite number where we have to say we've got to cut it off somewhere.
Absolutely.
If we ranked 2,000 players, then it gets watered down, and college coaches don't know what they're looking at.
Sure. Now, what do you guys look at, like a top 100? Do you look at a top 50?
Typically, our freshman class, by the time they get into the summer following their freshman year, will be somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 players in the rankings. By the time that class graduates, it'll be closer to about 350.
And we're hearing a loud bat here from number 83. This is ARIES SAMEK. He's our player that we said was going to Clemson. Looking good again. Just short and quick to the ball. Some explosion. Great backspin.
That ball was crushed. 103 bad exit velocity on that one.
Getting some props here from some of these major league guys. That's pretty exciting.
This is Cullen Horowitz again, our West Virginia product, who is an Army commit.
Heading to West Point, another beautiful place. Now, they've recently made some changes where some of their athletes, obviously if they're drafted or things like that, they don't always have to commit to their time right away. I guess they're allowing some of those athletes to move forward, whether it be Major League Baseball or the NFL. So obviously a choice for some kids that maybe wasn't the logical choice can now become a little bit more logical with the ability to still serve your country.
Right.
And a guy like this definitely would fit in. Now, what events will we be doing after the hitting, Coach?
We'll move from hitting. Our last groups to hit will be left-handed hitters. Then we'll get the guys' arms fired up. We'll move into defensive evaluations. Players will work out at just one primary defensive position. All these guys are really talented players and can play multiple defensive positions, but they'll be working out solely at their primary position. We'll work our way. We'll start with catchers and outfielders, and then we'll work our way around the infield. And then we'll finish up after that, moving into our bullpen session.
So for anybody listening and watching out there, you're going to get a full picture of all of these guys today. Obviously, we're not just here for the hitters. We're here for the defense. We're here for, the pitchers. So you're going to get a great all-around picture of what these guys can do, and some tremendous metrics and technology to go with. So we hope that you can stay with us today and watch these guys do their thing. We're running until about what time today?
Probably be finished somewhere in the 1 o'clock range.
Okay. And we're sitting 10:35 Eastern time for those of you that are joining us that may not be. So still got a couple of hours here to see what these young players are capable of and to just to kind of help show what they can do. I've already seen some nice plays here in BP by some of these infielders. I'm anxious to actually see them at their positions and their feet and their arms. Cool.
What we haven't mentioned, the facility that we're sitting in is an absolutely gorgeous facility. This is Liberty Arena. Actually, it's second year of existence. Last year was their opening year. We actually ran our first event here last year. We ran a preseason all-state event and liked it so much that we're back for 3 events over 2 days this year. Really great, gracious hosts and phenomenal facility.
Well, and I think it would be worth mentioning one of the guys employed here. Like, I'm local, so for me, I'm a little, obviously I love this place. I'm a little biased. I do a lot of hitting lessons and other things here, and our high school team will come in and use the turf. But Tom Ott, who's one of the guys who works pretty much with baseball. I mean, we do all kinds of sports here, baseball, basketball, soccer, you name it. But his son is now a freshman at the University of Maryland, Logan Ott. And he's made a name for himself through the years. And Tommy's still associated with travel baseball and just does a really great job of, facilitating people like yourselves to bring them in. And, yeah, we're very thankful for, the beauty of this and the ability for us to do it in the middle of February.
Absolutely. We'd probably be foolish not to mention that when we grew up, there weren't facilities of this ilk.
No, I mean, the old, what do they call them, the pole barns, I guess, were about as good as
if you were lucky enough to find one of those, yeah.
I mean, I remember taking a lot of batting practice, and it was a wooden basketball floor. That was ours.
Yep. We used to actually practice sliding for high school baseball in the winters on hallway floors.
Yep.
And if you could slide on a hallway floor, you're going to be able to slide on dirt.
Well, and again, I mean, with the game evolving and the facilities evolving, I mean, there's so many opportunities as we've talked about. It's the guys that, if you're a grinder, nowadays you can find a place to get it done. And even though some facilities bigger than other, just the fact that you could get out here on a turf facility and take a ground ball that's going to be similar to what you're going to get on grass, or there's so many turf fields out there now too. It's awesome for these kids to be able to do these things.
Yes, definitely.
back here to number 78.
Yep, this is Randy Carlo again from Wilson Westlawn High School, a Bryant commit.
Any of you younger players or, you know, kids that are ending your middle school careers or just getting into your high school careers, if you're watching, I mean, you're looking at the bodies of some of these guys, and at some point I think one of the things that everybody has to begin to do is find the weight room and find somebody that knows what they're doing. I think that's important too. I mean, there's so many ways to lift and to get bigger, but there's also, you know, there's a football mentality and there's a baseball mentality, and
right,
it's
they're
a
not
mixture.
exactly the same. Yep, I was incorrect. I just looked it up. Bryant is not in northeastern New York. It's in Rhode Island.
Oh,
Bryant University.
okay. Boy,
right neck of the woods.
yes. And we're coming back here. This was J.D. Greeley mentioned his ability to cut the baseball in half on plane, good swing.
The occasional lapse here where we have to take a moment when we're not picking up baseballs is technology related. Occasionally a ball will hit a screen and it'll jostle the TrackMan unit just the slightest, and we have to recalibrate. It just takes a minute or two and we're back to action.
But, you know, being somebody that's been at, you know, a few of your events with our teams, you guys always find a way to keep things moving. You know, obviously when you're hitting, there's going to be a little bit of standing around, but you can see that our guys are out here, you know, working on ground balls and just staying loose. And once this part's over, there's going to be a lot more people moving at one time. And you guys get it done efficiently, which is great.
Yeah, we've
there were days, again, going back to when I was 6-7 hours at some of these things was not out of the ordinary, where, you know, now it's shortened up quite a bit.
Yeah, and it's been a little more tricky, obviously, with the protocols with COVID. Typically, you know, in an event like this, in a non-COVID situation, we might have players migrating through 3 or 4 stations, so they are staying active.
Right.
To try to eliminate as much standing around as possible. But the nature of the game,
Sure.
Baseball at times is a slower paced game, and there's times where a pitcher's thrown and a catcher's catching it and a batter's standing at the plate, and there's 7 other guys that are standing watching it until it's put in play. So it is part of the game.
And we've got 91 KHOL HERTZLER here again, Boyertown, heading to Liberty, 6'5", 220. Righty, and you mentioned that we'll see some velocity out of his throwing arm as well today.
Yeah, I've actually seen some video of his pre-event workouts that he's put together, and I'd say there's a chance that we'll see a 94 or 95 out of him today.
Wow.
He's very, very physical, though, and he's going to have a shot to be a two-way guy. You know, everybody that's this caliber of athlete is a tremendous high school athlete, and they're going to, if they're a pitcher, they're also going to play positionally. They're going to swing the bat. And they all fancy themselves as two-way guys. It's rare at the college level, especially at the Power 5 level. It takes a special athlete.
And it seems like we're going to switch real quick. We got a new hitter here, Jake Millen, outfielder from North Pocono, heading to Florida Atlantic. He's going to go where it's warm, 6'1" 200. Yeah, it's just interesting that you know, and that it's funny. I was lucky enough to attend 3 out of 3 of the last College World Series, and it does seem like a lot of the guys that end up two-way are an outfielder that maybe closes.
Yeah.
You don't see a lot of like, okay, I'm the shortstop pitcher or I'm the third base. You know what I mean? Like third base once in a while. I know Georgia had a guy that closed for them the last couple of years. But it takes a special athlete, and it takes a guy that really takes care of his body, because your arm is, you only get one of them.
That's correct. Well, with the modern technology comes advancements in training.
Mm-hmm.
And for every minute you're taking ground balls and swinging a bat, you're not working with the pitchers, or vice versa.
Right.
Similarly, the guy that's a quarterback collegiately that can also play baseball, and baseball coach, hey, we want to give him an opportunity. Well, spring football is in baseball season.
That's true.
So every time you're swinging a bat, you're not throwing a football, or every time you're throwing a football, you're not at practice
Where's the
taking
time?
swings.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's difficult, and there's reasons it's difficult. It's just not done that often, and when it is done, the athlete's pretty special.
Sure. And note to self, again, any younger players, that's the time management aspect that so much goes into this, the responsibility, the time management, the dedication to, and you know what, kids are still kids, you know what I mean? And it's a lot of hard work, and some people, you see these guys, and I know it's the Super Bowl and things like that, you see them balling after they win a game or balling after they lose one, and I think some people don't quite understand what the dedication level is for some of these kids. It's crazy.
Yep. All right, we are moving on to our final group here. We're going to have one. Actually, we just had one switch hitter that swung in that group.
Yep, number 77 there.
Yep.
We mentioned him from North Pocono, Jake Milan.
Yep, and he will swing left-handed now with the last group, so he'll swing at the end of the lefties and get his rounds as a left-handed hitter as well. So we'll finish up our BP session with our left-handed hitters, then we'll be moving into our defensive rounds.
Looks like number 18 here is going to be our first hitter in this group.
And the changing of the guard as all of our scouts move over to the other side to see the lefties from their open side.
Sorry.
Oh, that's all right.
Getting a little fuzz
for
there.
those who are listening, neither of us are. We don't do this for a profession, so bear with us. We're doing the best we can, but
so what did we say here?
We're definitely on here for our baseball knowledge, not necessarily our broadcasting abilities.
So we got a shortstop here, Andrew Murakow, Franklin Regional out of Pennsylvania. He's going to
is actually
pretty place too, Coastal Carolina.
Yeah, Andrew Morocco is the pronunciation.
Morocco.
Yep.
Morocco.
Andrew was also a Team PA guy at the Future Games, and I mentioned earlier he's actually on these banners back here in the middle.
Okay.
We did that last year at this time. We did some new banners, and it's some guys that played on the Future Games team of the year. He was there. Andrew's committed to Coastal. The other two guys on there is Paxton Kling, an outfielder from Central Martinsburg, is committed to LSU, and Luke Holman, right-handed pitcher that was just at the Super 60 and committed to Alabama.
Wow. Some talent.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's 5'10", 170. As we mentioned, hitting from the left side. A little more of a sleek-looking athlete as opposed to some of the other guys that we've been watching. Obviously, not skinny, but put together, but just not quite the the monstrosity of some of these other guys we've seen.
You'll be impressed when he starts to swing the bat here. He generates a lot of bat head speed.
And obviously that's why he's here. I mean, he can obviously do some things on the field that are, I guess, not average, well above average.
Yeah, Andrew is currently ranked 34th in our 2021 class. He'll be an upper 80s arm across the diamond. The arm strength's there, and a 5'10", 170-pound frame that he should be able to stick on the left side of the infield. Pitches some at the high school level. I don't think that's something he'll do at the next level, but the left-handed bat is probably his biggest strength at this point, his biggest tool.
Well, and I'm sure, that's a good problem to have when you got to figure out what you're going to do with somebody and where their skills lie. And obviously, if you're looking at that many parts of his game, he's a player, so he'll end up doing something, we know. It's just what the next level may see in him. He definitely can use the other side of the field.
As many times as we do this and we switch it over to lefties, lefties just have a different form, movement pattern. They just
That
lefties,
sweet lefty stroke, right?
Yep.
The Ken Griffey's of the world, and oh man, who was Will Clark? You know,
Oh yeah, that's a great example.
Back in the day. But yeah, obviously it's poetry in motion a little bit. Wow, short and quick. Now he's one that the swing here looks almost effortless. Now obviously it's not, but gosh, he's just so smooth and bang.
Yeah, he's lived in the cage. His dad is a coach. He's been involved in travel baseball for a long time now. Runs an indoor facility in the Pittsburgh area.
It's just great to see a hitter that just knows when the right time to release that bat is, and you know where to get that best solid contact. Just bang.
Yeah.
Putting together a good round.
He actually was uncommitted. You have to be uncommitted in order to play in the future games. We don't showcase committed guys down in Georgia for that event in August. But literally the day after the future games ended, committed to Coastal.
It's awesome.
That ball was hit.
Loud contact. Very good job right there by number 18. He's a player that we're certainly going to keep a close eye on. Again, out of Franklin Regional, Pennsylvania, and heading to Coastal to be a Chanticleer.
Chanticleer's had a big football season this year.
How about it?
So to go along with their national championship in baseball a few years back, now they're up-and-coming Division I program. Yes.
Yep.
Had a big win over BYU late in the season, too.
Yep. Here comes number 85.
Should be Nathan Polo, right? Yes, this is Nathan Polo. He's from State College area. He's a Penn commit.
6'4", 210. Obviously swinging it from the left side. Machete's rhythm is awesome. He just gets out there. It's the same thing every time. Putting it right there for the hitters, allowing them to do their work.
He told me he's not the best BP thrower. He says all I do is throw it down the middle of the plate 10 out of 10 times.
Well,
I said, well, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that'll play. He still looks like he's got pretty good reaction time, though, too.
Yeah, he was giving us a little bit of his background before we started. The fact that he was drafted out of Venezuela as a middle infielder, as many players are, and eventually they moved him over to third base. And then they said, you're a catcher.
Mm-hmm.
And played the remainder of his pro career as a catcher. It sounded like the bulk of his pro career was with the Blue Jays.
Yep. Well, and you can just, again, you can just look at certain guys and you can see that there's, he's got that body of an athlete and just the way he moves and stuff out there. So it's great to have him with us today. And I'm sure that these kids that are hitting appreciate the ball being right down the middle so they can do some things with it.
There certainly haven't been many baseballs that have not been swung at.
Mm-mm. So we got number 87 here, Hunter Klotz out of Central Martinsburg. We just mentioned one of his teammates. He is committed to Kent State, 6'2", 215, and he is a catcher. Paxton Kling will be running down balls in center field for his team on defense, and he's another left-handed stick that can absolutely scoot.
Well, Paxton's actually a right-handed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry.
But you're right.
He can run.
He's a 6'5" runner.
Yes, he is a right-hander.
Yeah. They've got an outstanding program. Not uncommon to see them in the Final 8, Final 4
Correct.
state finals on a yearly basis.
Correct.
Small school in the central part of the state with an outstanding head coach that
Boy, just line drive
Jeff
after line
Hohenstein
drive.
really gets the job done there. Not only do they compete very well as a high school program, but the number of kids that are going off and having success at the collegiate level
Absolutely.
is a testament to the type of program he's running.
Yep. Well, and actually, their head coach, you had spoken about you being a little bit biased to the PSAC.
Yeah,
A.J.
he's a PSAC.
Hohenstein was a player at Mansfield.
Yep. PSAC graduate.
Yep. Oh, the baseball tree. It grows, doesn't it?
You do.
Here's number 67. Outfielder. Again, we'll apologize. We'll do the best we can. Ite Spinoza, Elon, New York. Or I'm sorry, he's heading to Elon. He is Fayetteville Manlius, New York, 5'8", 180. Left-handed pitcher, outfielder. I'm anxious to see this guy pitch. Left-handed pitcher. Definitely a different body type. He's not one of those guys that's real tall and lanky. He's short and powerful. Swings a bat with some ferocity there, swinging it good.
You mentioned, guys trying to stay active when you've got 47 players. You can't see it probably right now on camera, but beyond the tarps in center field, we've already got players that are gloves on and getting their arms fired up so that we can quickly move right from the BP rounds into our defensive rounds. And we intentionally had our hitting groups lined up with players by position so that the earliest guys to work out defensively were also our earliest hitters so they can start to get their arms loosened up.
And if you're just joining in, we are here at the Pbr Northeast Procase. Happy Valentine's Eve. For those of you that might have forgot, you better get out and get a gift here if you haven't. Got one more day to do that, but we're here in Williamsport at the beautiful Liberty Arena, and we're running a Procase, which is kind of a name, I guess, off of the showcase, with a lot of committed players from Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, and then some other places. Getting a chance to perform in front of some pro scouts, and also putting on a show for you guys, any college coaches out there. There's a couple guys here that are still uncommitted, but that list is getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah, I believe it's a total of 4 out of 47 that aren't committed guys.
So if you're looking for a player, you might want to pick up one of these last 4 left, because we definitely have not seen any slouches today, that's for sure.
This is number 94, Tyler Smith. He's from Stony Brook High School in New York, and he's a St. Peter's commit.
Six foot 2, 225, coming out of the catching position. I'm sorry, yes, 6'2", 225. That is him. Lefty hitting catcher. That's something that's valued a lot these days. Right now he's playing pepper with that screen. Cool. Nicely done, peeling one down the left center field alley there. Wearing out that 5-hole.
Okay, here's our switch hitter.
Jake Millen, North Pocono, switch hitter, going to Florida Atlantic, FAU. 6'1", 200, switch hitter, left-handed thrower. showing a good ability to use both sides of the field here. He has now pulled one with aggression and also gone the other way. Whew, some loud contact, hitting the ball on the line. Hitting some balls that if we were outside, they would be traveling a long way.
Well, and that's the beauty of the technology. We can tell you how far they're traveling, or the technology can tell us.
Yeah, I got to be honest with you. That seeing that the pattern of where the balls were landing is awesome. For those of you that have never seen the track, man, it's kind of like, you know, in a basketball game where they show you where Michael Jordan shot all of his shots and the ones that he made. It's pretty similar, except these are a lot longer range.
All right, so we're about to finish up here. This is our last round of 6 for our final group, our left-handed hitters and our one switch hitter. Once they each take this second round of swings, then we'll move some things around a little bit, and we'll get right into our defensive evaluations.
So we'll start our last round here pretty much with number 18. Andrew Morocco, you said?
Yep.
Andrew Morocco, Franklin Regional, heading to Coastal Carolina.
Speaking of beautiful ballparks, that's one of the nicer Division I ballparks in the country. Doesn't hurt that it's just a few miles from the Atlantic Ocean either.
How about it? Not a bad place to be. Boy, just tattooing the ball, hitting everything right on the screws. You know, some of these guys, the way that these guys can pull with pop, I don't know that you'd love to be a first or a third baseman with one of these guys yanking one at you. That's why they pay you the big bucks, I guess. And thank goodness for these nets in here, too.
And parents, you know, are over there behind the nets and their noses in the phone, and they look up just in time to see a baseball coming at their eyes. It's a natural reaction to blink even though you got a net in front of you. All right, back to Nathan Polo, number 85. Tell you what, Penn has a nice crew of, I think it's 3 guys that are here today.
Absolutely.
So you got Lehigh with several players and Penn with several players. Both have got real nice classes coming in represented here today.
Yeah, those coaches have to be happy about what's coming into their campuses next fall. Obviously, we've got a high school season to finish and some travel ball before that, but I'm sure they're looking forward to bringing these guys on campus and getting started with them.
Nathan,
you guys have certainly done your homework. There isn't any guys here, you know what I mean? Like you go to certain showcases, and not that the talent level's ever down. I guess you have some places where it's higher or better, but you guys certainly picked yourself some players here. There has not been one guy that's come to the plate that hasn't had good pop and good mechanics. You guys have obviously done your work, and so have these players.
I'd say 60% of the events that we run are open registration. The other 40% are by invite only. This would be an invite only.
Right.
Yep. we
well,
do
you can feel it. I mean, you can see it. You can feel the difference. I mean, you guys, when I came in, I mean, obviously you guys were very excited about, you know, who was going to be here, and they're putting on a great show.
Well, it's kind of neat that you know, I've been doing this now for 9 years as a state director in PA, and to see a kid freshman year of high school or going in summer before his freshman year of high school, and then seeing what he develops into over the span of 3 to 4 years, and then he gets to an event like this. You know, some of these guys I've seen, like I've mentioned, 8 or 10 times over 4 years.
And then perform.
You're not related to them, but you almost feel like a proud pop. You're like,
heck yeah.
It's really
Absolutely.
neat to watch their maturity.
Well, and I think that's the great thing about people that do this kind of stuff for the right reasons, is it's not about who, it's about the kids, and it's about getting them, presenting them with those opportunities, and, you know, not somebody being too proud that they've got to be the big part of it. I think it takes, you know, everybody to help these kids, and, you know, a lot of them benefit greatly, and I'm sure they're very thankful to PBR for the things you guys are doing, and vice versa.
I know the 4 years I spent playing collegiate baseball were 4 of the best years of my life, and, you know, I'd do it again in a heartbeat if I had that opportunity. And to see other kids get that opportunity is really what makes what we do special. It's why we do it.
Absolutely. Moving to 67 here again for his second round. Ite Spinoza, Fayetteville Manlius, New York. Be attending Elon.
We actually kind of, interestingly enough, the current or new pitching coach at Elon is Jerry Oakes, who was in the same position at Pitt.
Yeah.
In between positions this summer, he was between jobs, and actually was on our staff and worked for us, but is now at Elon and should do an outstanding job down there.
Nice.
But it was great to have Jerry with us this past summer, and worked a lot of events with us.
Well, and that's the other great thing. You know, you look up and down you guys as staff here, and I mean, you've got guys that have been around the game, that have played the game, that have worked with people at all different levels, and that's a big thing to have on your side. And obviously you've got your tech people that are doing a great job here. And I mean, technology-wise, you really can't beat what you guys offer. That's the one thing. I know our travel team, our kids are always bugging, you know, let's go to PBR events, and obviously you got a good reputation when it comes to that kind of stuff. I mean, these cameras are no joke.
All right. Last hitter of the day, second time through.
Number 94.
See if he can match his first round. He absolutely
Tyler Smith.
pulverized the baseball in his first round.
Catcher, 6'2", 225, Stony Brook, New York. He is committed to St. Peter's. Gives me a little bit of that Benji Molina feel as a catcher here. Just a big boy and smooth stroke. I think Benji might have been a righty. I don't know. I don't remember.
He really drops into the slot and gets on plane quickly. I'm watching the on plane efficiency, and it's hovering in the mid 70%, 75% range.
Ooh, pretty.
All right, that'll do it for our BP round. We're going to step away from the microphone for just a moment as we move some cameras around, move some apparatus around, get situated. We'll be back with you in just a couple minutes for our defensive rounds.
We want to welcome you guys back here to the Northeast Procase put on by PBR. We are here in Williamsport, Pennsylvania, the home of Little League Baseball. Although the people that are from here, we are pretty conscious at saying South Williamsport. It is across the bridge. Unfortunately, no Little League World Series last year, but it looks like they're going to get that back on track hopefully for this year. So, big baseball area, and we've got some of the best 2021 players from our tri-state and surrounding areas here putting on a showcase. A lot of our guys are committed. A couple of other guys, we got about 4 guys we said that are uncommitted at this point. We'll make sure that we highlight them as we go. But also a chance for some of these guys to do some things in front of professional scouts today and hopefully get their names on some big boards. Going to start our outfield portion where we're going to be hitting from home plate. And it looks like we're kind of coming at you from right center field, I would say, is where these throws are going to be coming from.
Yeah, they're attempting to get the longest throwing distance we can get out of this facility. It's a really good sized facility, but still probably throwing from about maybe 180, 200 feet here.
Getting some instructions from Dan here and getting ready to go. Coach, you want to mention maybe what we're looking for here? I mean, obviously out of these guys throwing from center field, what are we kind of looking for?
Well, the metric that comes out of this is arm strength, but in reality, you have very few opportunities to utilize your arm strength in the course of a single game, or even for that matter, a single season. You look at the number of outfield assists, for a league leader in Major League Baseball, and it's you don't have that many opportunities to affect the game. Where it does at the professional level affect the game is guys just don't run because of your arm strength, but more so it's how the body moves. Can you field the ball on the move? Can you get through the baseball without being choppy? And do you get out over that front knee, and is there good carry?
Number 14 here with a great looking crow hop and an absolute seed across our field. Hear a little bit of a grunt there. He is actually, this is his secondary position. His primary is shortstop. It is Matthew PUELLO from St. Thomas More in New York. And he's going to North Carolina Central. And doing a nice job leading us off here this afternoon. Now, obviously, a lot of times with a bigger field, bigger facility, you're looking for a one-hop skip throw here as to be probably what you're most looking for. But most of these guys, it appears, are going to have the arm strength in this facility anyway to hit that on a fly. And we're showing the arm off. Here's number 71.
This is Andrew KHOL from Central Bucks West.
Making a nice throw there. The importance of having outfielders that can be on the money with the throw. You look at close ball games and you look at you watch even major league games. It's important to be able to hit that cut, but more importantly to throw the ball on a line where you need it.
That one got lost in the lights.
Yeah.
Or net. It's hard to see on the video, but there's actually 4 batting cages in the area where they're fielding out there that are able to be hoisted up into the rafters, but the net still hangs down at about, I don't know, what would you say? That's about 20 feet of height.
Yeah.
And that ball happened to catch that first net there.
And obviously you're looking at some spin rate here and the ability, what we used to call the ability to get the ball to carry. And it looks like kind of gives you that golf ball approach where you let it go and it just kind of looks like it's going to go out and rise. Getting on top of the baseball and behind it. And a good job. Here's number 85. This is Nathan Polo out of State College. Will be attending the University of Pennsylvania. 6'4", 210. Bringing some size, possibly a right field candidate. He's doing the crow hop. He's taking the right leg behind approach as to kind of kicking it up. Some guys will kick up over their front leg. He's kicking behind his back leg.
For those that are out there listening, especially younger players, we get the question all the time is, what I need to be able to do as an outfielder that is going to get me some looks from a college coach. And a lot of times we'll tell them it's not so much what you can do, it's what you can't.
Correct.
The guy that doesn't have arm strength, might be a guy that gets overpassed. The guy that doesn't have foot speed, unless he's got the big arm strength or hits the ball a long ways, might get overlooked. So.
And number 86 here is certainly showing off the arm strength. The ball just explodes out of his hand. That is Henry Garcia out of James Monroe, New York. He'll be attending Southern University. And man, when he lets it go, it just looks fluid and easy. Big body. Couple that with his swinging ability that he showed off here a little bit ago. Looks like he moves really well as well.
The head coach at Southern University, who probably was involved in recruiting him, is no longer at Southern University. We actually hired him to head up the MLB draft league.
Oh, wow.
Kendrick Jackson.
Nice.
Kendrick had done an excellent job at Southern and is now basically the commissioner of the MLB draft league for us.
Okay. Here is number 21 coming at us now. This is SALLIE out of Parsippany, New Jersey. He will be attending NJIT. Now, when we talk about that draft league, are they going to be doing, is that going to be a selection process similar to the Major League draft? Is that going to be open tryouts? How does that all come together?
Well, it's been about a 2-month process where pro scouts have made nominations of players. Obviously, we've been in direct contact with college coaches across the country. Players have also had the ability to go online and fill out an interest survey, I guess, for lack of a better term. And then there will be an open tryout for each of the 6 organizations that might fill the last 3 roster spots for each team. But basically the whole premise is the old Appalachian League, and I'll let you introduce this outfielder first. Number 67. We got Ite Spinoza, Fayetteville, Manlius, New York, attending Elon, 5'8", 160, left-handed thrower. So the format moving forward with Major League Baseball, or the idea would be the old Appalachian League, which is no more as far as minor league baseball is concerned, is now also Major League Baseball sponsored and will be a collegiate wood bat league. The plan there is for the Appy League to be for players who have just finished their freshman year of college. And then the Cape Cod League would be for players who had just finished their sophomore year of college. And then the MLB Draft League would be for those who have just finished their junior year of college.
Okay, so then now it seems as though then there are some summer leagues then for, it seems as though we're getting a little more compartmentalized with age groups, kind of similar to travel baseball, where if you're in this draft class, this is probably the best place for you to be.
Correct. And that doesn't mean the leagues like the Coastal Plains League or the Futures League or the NYCBL are going to go away.
Now, is the Valley League still around?
Yeah, it'll still exist. So all those other leagues will still exist. It's just that players that are on a direct path towards professional baseball, those might be the 3 leagues that you're earmarking as your goal to get involved in.
Now this is number
70. This is ARIES SAMEK, I believe. No, I'm sorry.
JOVANI WIGGS,
Yep.
Shaker, New York. This is one of our uncommitted players that is here today, and we mentioned that, you know, how do you look at a kid like this with the athletic ability that seems to be oozing and not have a home yet, and hopefully he's going to find one soon, bring in some tools. So whereas, you know, as we grew up and came through the game, you know, Cape Cod and Alaska and some of these other leagues where you're seeing, again, that even get more, you know, more exposure, but then also other avenues, which is nice. You hope that the Major League Draft will get itself back to somewhat what we would consider normal as far as numbers go and give some players some more opportunities. But that's part of the way COVID has affected everything, and Major League Baseball is no stranger to being affected by it. And hopefully this will open up, you know, some of those waters for these kids that still want opportunities. Number 77 coming up for you here. Jake Millen, North Pocono, going to be going to FAU. Going to be playing where it's nice and warm.
One of the unique things about the MLB Draft League is that in addition to the draft eligible juniors that will be the predominant number of players in the league, there'll be a handful of bounce back guys who have played affiliated baseball and are currently not on contract. You'll also have the rare, you know, might be one or two high school graduates who have yet to play their first year of college baseball that will appear on a roster. Those will be more likely than not localized. So like State College Spikes would likely have a very highly sought after potential high round draft pick coming out of high school in year one out of high school this year that would be geographically living somewhere near State College.
And obviously until they've attended or set foot on campus for the first time, those kids are still eligible as free agent pickups, or
correct,
you know, could still be drafted last minute or picked up last minute, even before stepping on campus. And then once they step on, they're committed to what, 3 years now? Well, or age 21, I guess.
Right. They can be drafted after their sophomore year if they're age eligible.
Okay.
Yep. At a 4-year school. Yep. Okay, that's the completion of our outfield group. We're going to set some things up and get ready to work out our catchers next.
So we will be
staying with the Major League Draft League real quickly, the other unique thing about it is a lot of Major League clubs have already given us the indication that with a truncated draft, not as many rounds as in previous years, there is the potential that guys that are on MLB Draft League rosters could be drafted in July, and rather than signing a contract and going off to rookie ball, which no longer exists, they might keep them right there in the MLB Draft League, play out the summer, sign the contract in September, and now you go off to fall instructional or whatever it be, and they would use that as their rookie league or instructional league season
instead of short season
Correct.
single A.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Well, and it's the whole landscape is changing, and you know, again, it doesn't mean that it's a bad thing. It just means that there's got to be adjustments made, and you're really looking for the creme de la creme, so to speak. Now it looks like we're going to move on to our catcher portion. We'll get you some numbers here and some names to go with these license plates here.
Sorry about that. I had to jump off for a second and do some
No problem.
administrative work.
Gotcha.
We've got, should give them some props. We've got 13 interns from Cortland State University in New York that are part of our staff during the course of the spring semester. We've got 4 or 5 here today.
Cortland State with a good reputation of baseball players through the years as well.
Yep. So they're running around doing various things for us, and there was a question as to where he needed to be with the radar gun, so I had to jump off there and give him some instruction. But they do a great job, and very appreciative to having them, and they get a great experience out of it. It'll be a whirlwind for them for the next 2.5 weeks, bouncing around PA and New York to all the events that we're running.
We get numbers called out.
First catcher here is Asa Wilson.
And Asa Wilson, as we've talked a couple of times about today already, is our first catcher. Exeter Township, Pennsylvania, going to the University of Pennsylvania. Obviously has his academics in order, going to a great university if somebody doesn't pick him up another way first. And he's one of a trio that we've talked about today going to the University of Pennsylvania to continue his academic and playing career. He's also going to be heading there with Alex GABAUER from Norwin, Pennsylvania, and Nathan POLO out of State College. Nathan is an outfielder who we just saw throw, and we'll see Alex in a little bit here at shortstop, throwing across the diamond. Just getting a few technical things set up here and taken care of. Our infielders will be out taking our throws from the catchers.
Is he trying to get more yet? Oh, I'm sorry.
How are you? We're getting a little up close and personal here. This is kind of cool. We're set up right in the arena with all these kids, and they're right around us. So you hear the ball coming out of the hand and off the bat. It's an exciting day for these guys.
Yep.
Wow. So we're hearing that there was a 94 out of the outfield, one of our times. Matthew PUELLO was our first outfielder. We'll get you a number for him. That's.
Hey, my off catchers, just slide up the line a little bit.
Okay, what you're going to see here is, I'm not sure exactly the order that Jared will go through with them here today, but normally we'll have the catcher stick 2 or 3 balls, 4 or 5 pop times to second base. They'll make an active throw on a base stealer to third base, and they'll probably block 1 or 2 with a throw to first base as well to see their blocking skills and their feet work, recovering after blocking a baseball.
So block and recover, just trying to show each skill that would be important. Probably the only thing we don't get a chance to see here is obviously the ability to catch a pop-up. Our ceiling is not real high here, so probably going to see every other thing that these catchers can do. Obviously, they're working to be quick with their feet, but as we mentioned, the velocity is now also very important. Something came unplugged there.
We'll have 69, 6-9. We're going to stick, then 4, 1, and then block recover.
So here we go now with Asa Wilson.
Yep.
Okay. 69, 6-9 on a stick. Stick 1 bump to the side.
Going to work on just receiving and presenting the strike on the first pitch.
And just for those who are watching this, we get asked this all the time, and occasionally there's the Twitter sphere naysayer who says, how in the world did that kid in a showcase throw a 185 pop time when, you know, the average major league catcher in game is 190? We understand that. We get that. This is a showcase. Players know where the ball is going to be, what they're doing. They know that the runner is going.
Well,
They're able to cheat the system a little bit. But in comparison, when you compare one guy's 185 in showcase to another guy's 2-2, it's evident which of the two catchers is a little bit further along, and that's the reason for doing it.
absolutely.
We're not saying that the
Right.
185 showcase pop time is a legitimate in-game pop time.
Well, you know what, and I'm glad you covered that, because you see all this stuff on Twitter, and the point is there's not a batter taking a swing. There's not a slider coming in. Do you know what I mean? They know what they're getting. They know what to expect, and obviously they're getting even a little bit of a head start, as you said.
Sure.
So, but the point is, in this setting, there's still guys that are going to perform better than others, and that's what we're trying to find.
That's exactly right. And let's face it, college coaches understand that as well.
Correct.
So they're not reading a tweet that we put out that a kid was 185 in a showcase setting and saying, wow, I've got to get that guy in my lineup because he's going to be throwing 185s in game.
Right.
Incidentally, Justin Butler is a sub 2.0 in game action. We've seen it repeatedly. He was on our future games roster, can really defend behind the plate.
And it's also, I think it's worth noting that, you know, there's guys that in a game actually step it up. Like, this is not, you know, this setting is not always for every player. I mean, some guys are a little bit better in game when that reaction is, okay, runner, you know, we react to it, we make a throw. But you've got to get a measurable that's the same for everybody, and this is a good way to do that.
Correct. Justin incidentally plays at Quakertown, which wears the same colors, so I'm sure he was thrilled when he got his shirt today, and he can wear that to practices and look just like his teammates, even though it's a PBR shirt.
So here's number 94. Tyler Smith, Stony Brook, New York, heading to St. Peter's. Good accurate throw there. Good feet, staying low, making good throws. And just talking about how everything's evolved, just the way that, you know, players start the glove low and they come up and they greet it with that thumb on the bottom. And just some of the finer things that the catchers have evolved as well as the rest of our players. It's not just the spot where you put the big guy anymore that, you know, keeps the ball in front. The guy's got to be able to move. He's got to be athletic.
Yeah, the game is ever evolving, and now there's the argument as to, you know, one knee down, traditional crouch, which is better, which is appropriate. Those who are old guard swear that the one knee down is senseless, but those who believe in the one knee down can give you statistical data as to why it makes sense.
Well, and here's my thing. I think you leave it to the guy that's on the top of the mound, you know, the guy that's on the rubber, because, you know, if you're a catcher and you can give him the target that he wants where you want in a much more comfortable stance for yourself, it seems to make all the sense in the world. Now, obviously, you may be, you know, the argument becomes, are you taking yourself out of a position to block, you know? And that's why you work together with your catchers and your coaching staff, and you figure out what works for each guy.
Right.
You know, because it isn't right for everybody. But then again, it's not wrong for everybody either.
No.
It's a good throw there.
And you had mentioned earlier, you said, you know, Josh doesn't have the traditional catcher's frame in today's sense. Might be what the
sure.
catcher's frame was 20 years ago. And I told you that for the longest time, Josh was first baseman, third baseman, and in the last 2 years has kind of made the move behind the plate as his primary position. Well, you can see the arm strength is part of the reason why he made that move, and he's still developing at that position, but has a chance to potentially play that position at the next level.
Absolutely. And bringing 6'4", 240 behind the dish that can move and can swing it. Somebody's going to like that. Nice throws.
A little bit of static. I'm not sure where that's coming from.
Quite a bit too.
There we go. That sounds better. You just have to stand that way in that position the rest of the day.
Oh, there's the one right there. Sorry about that. Block and recover was showing us the ability to move and use your catcher's gear appropriately. Keeping that ball right in front in that little bowl or half circle that we often talk about.
This is Hunter Klotz from Central High School in Martinsburg, who we talked about a little bit earlier. Kent State commit. He was an early commitment. I want to say it was the summer leading into his sophomore year, if I'm not mistaken. He was very high in our rankings early on in his high school career. We saw him early and was
So obviously something special seen early on. Usually when you're a commit early, they find something that they really, really like that really fits the mold of what they're looking for.
Yeah, and he played in the Flood City Elite program, with a travel program that at that time was playing quite a few tournaments in Ohio, some at Kent State University, so that's how Kent State got on him pretty early.
I'll tell you what, out of our catchers that we've had so far, I got to say the flexibility in his legs is outstanding. Makes it look easy back there and effortless with his movements.
This is our final catcher, Brock Bollinger, number 84. Brock's our Misericordia University commit. He's from Palmerton, PA.
Doing a nice job keeping the ball low. It's funny being a catcher myself, you know, the low throw always gives you the opportunity. If it's a little short, you got a great guy out there at short or second that's able to pick it. It's the ones that you throw into center field that you can't get back. So obviously these guys are all doing a nice job with their throws, coming to third now as well.
Well, for catchers out there, younger catchers that might hear this, there's a great chart out there that shows you the difference in average pop times from a ball that's received at eye level and a ball that's received at knee level. And it's about the difference of about 0.25 seconds.
Which is big.
Which makes sense because that middle infielder's got to take that throw and now get it down to a tagging position.
And funny here, Machete was talking about the World Baseball Classic, and I'm sure some of you guys remember the clip where there was, I can't remember who our catcher was, but it was the United States team, and somebody threw him by the time, you know, the shortstop's waiting for it, and he's already pointing at the catcher because it's right on the money, and that's a skill. That is a skill.
Mm-hmm.
Catchers all did a nice job there, and now we're going to do some rearranging again, little house cleaning, and I think we're going to get set up for infielders next.
Yep, and we'll go third baseman, followed by all of our middle infielders on the shortstop side, although we'll divide them in half because we'll be doing some double play turns, so they'll have the opportunity to receive double play turn from the second base position and turn it over, and then we'll flip-flop them over to the shortstop side.
Okay.
And then we'll finish with our first baseman. Following that, we'll probably be into our bullpens, throwing our first pitch of bullpens, hopefully by about 12:15ish.
Will they be throwing right out in front of us here, or?
Right where we just took that screen away from, so just to our left.
Thank you, sir. As we mentioned, what gracious hosts we have here at the Liberty Arena. We just gave your son a little PR time here. The other thing that makes me happy to see, you know, our area, at least our local area here in Lycoming County, and, you know, stretching out to the State College area, and we're finally seeing some of the players from our area getting some opportunities at some of these larger universities that used to be more of your southern players that got to play year round. But, you know, we mentioned facilities and the change and the fact that some of these kids can work on their skills and their trades all year long if they want to, and it's making a difference in this area.
Well, I've been doing this for 9 years, and I will tell you, my first few years, one of the most difficult times that I had was getting information on players out of northeastern PA. You know, there's some leagues in the very northeast on the New York border that play an even more limited high school season than the PIA permits.
Right.
And then additionally, just some of the newspaper coverage was minimal at best.
Yep.
So we had to rely largely on travel coaches and players that attended events, and then hopefully get to see them in the summers. And the other unique thing about Pennsylvania is most of the top programs in the state, historically, since I've started this, have played the bulk of their travel seasons outside the state of Pennsylvania.
Correct.
Because most of your multiple turf field complexes don't reside in Pennsylvania. So it's either across the border into New Jersey, down into Virginia, all the way down to Georgia and Florida. That's starting to change.
I will say, you know, so like Cumming College, that's right here in our backyard, and Penn College now have teams. They are in the midst right now of building a turf facility. There will be some fields, so maybe an opportunity for you guys to open up some tournaments, you know, this way, which would be, gosh, that would be awesome. First time for sure.
Yep.
And we're looking forward to that. I think they're calling it 2022 or 2023 will be the time. Now moving to our third baseman. We got number 91 here.
This is Cole HERTZLER from Boyertown, Pennsylvania, Liberty commit. Keep in mind, we talked about Cole earlier. He is a primary pitcher, but definitely has the potential to be a two-way guy at the next level. 6'5", 220.
Just gives you that look over there of the big guy that can react and keep the ball in front of him, and obviously a good arm to go with. Showing off the backhand here a little bit, good feet.
Hey, even with the bag roll, 2 times, 2. Turn it. One more.
Who?
Slow roll.
Now showing the slow roller with the feet and the balance. Good job by the first baseman there. Number 97.
This is Colin Horowitz from Jefferson High School in West Virginia, the Army commit. Had a big BP round for us.
Oh, explosive. And he's showing a good arm to go with it right here. Talk about a big stopper over there. Good hands though, soft hands.
He can play the position.
Very nice. Gives you a little bit of that, I mean, a little bit of an older guy, but a little bit of that Scott Rowland look there. I mean, big guy with good nimble feet. Wow. That's a good one.
If he were lucky enough to have the career Scott Rowland had, he'll be a very successful
How about it?
Player at the next level.
Well, and just like I said, just watching him, I mean, just great feet. Somebody's definitely worked with him, and he's definitely worked very hard. Here he comes on the slow roller, showing a little of the bare hand. That's the one, you either get it or you don't. Has nothing to do with whether you're a great player or not. Sometimes it just doesn't bounce right.
That's the decision that players in a showcase setting always have to make, the better players.
Yep.
If you make that play cleanly the first time, everybody oohs and ahs, and when it doesn't happen, the question is, well, why did you choose not to go to it with two hands?
Yeah, I think you made a lot of great points with the catching thing. I mean, the showcase is a different animal. I mean, it's doing specific things where the gameplay is where you see a lot of the intangible stuff, and but this is the basis for the rest of it. You got to have some of this stuff before you can even really open eyes. There's a good arm right there.
This particular event is a perfect example. Our typical event is a showcase of your abilities to get college coaches interested in coming and seeing you play in game. This type of an event is showcasing your abilities and hoping that a professional scout wants to now follow you in game.
Correct.
And let's face it, most of these players are of the caliber that pro scouts have already seen them. They're now looking at, where are you at this point in your senior year? What have you done over the fall and winter to prepare yourself for your senior season? And are you potentially a guy that I need to follow as a potential draft pick come July?
I'm sure the guy who just finished up there, ARIES SAMEK, number 83, heading to Clemson out of Teaneck, New Jersey, he's definitely...
There will be some eyes on him.
You're not kidding. Probably not just from this area either.
No. And this is Randy Carlo, who had one of the bigger BP rounds today from Wilson Westlawn in PA, the Bryant commit, which we learned today is not in New York, it's in Rhode Island.
But we knew it was somewhere cold.
Yeah. My apologies to anybody that currently attends or graduated from Bryant University. I botched that.
Like I said, we got to get that. We get that stat guy. We won't mess that up the next time. But he's had a great showing today, as you said. ringing BP round. Boy, the first basemen are doing a nice job over there too. Sometimes they're your best friend. Oh, and that's that number 98 you were just speaking of that was just catching back there.
Josh
and now he's showing
Sambito.
his skills over at first. Nice play there. He didn't catch a number here. He's just not going to give it to us, is he? What do we got here? Showing off some glove work, though, isn't he?
2-2.
Now we may see it. 13.
Yeah, this is J.D. Greeley.
Yep, J.D. Greeley, Pocono Mountain West, heading to Monmouth University, right on the beach in New Jersey. Again, another one of those teams we talked about that's probably been helped a little bit with some of the large rosters at some of these bigger schools. Probably getting an opportunity at some players that normally they may not.
Okay, now, as I said earlier, moving to our middle infielders, we've got everybody will work out on the shortstop side of the bag, but we'll divide them in half. Half are at second base currently, half at short. The guys that are at second will be turning over the double play ball in the middle of each player's round, and then they'll move to shortstop to do their defensive workout.
So 72. Well, you know what?
This is GAGE GILLOTT.
Yes.
Another guy that's a primary pitcher, but talented two-way guy.
Connellsville, Pennsylvania.
With big arm strength that you can see.
Guess.
Yeah, he's a guy that'll be 90-plus off the mound.
And again, you know, something to say for a showcase setting is, you know, nobody's freaking out if they throw the ball over the first baseman's head or other, because obviously we know the position can be played. We want to see what the arm strength is, stepping into the throw and getting a good one. But as you can see, his feet do work and his glove as well. Now we're going to see a flip here at second base. Nicely done. And now we're going to get him coming across the bag. Attaboy. Good job right there. Now we've got number 11.
This is Derek Cease, and as we talked about earlier, smaller body, but watch it across the diamond.
Oh my, and look at the feet and the hands and just everything into that throw.
He gets as much out of his frame as humanly possible.
My goodness. Does he pitch also?
Yep, and
Jeepers.
likely will bump a 90 today off the mound as well. Got a real chance to be a back-end bullpen guy at Penn State in addition to playing defensively.
Okay. Yeah, he moves really well. You can just see the naturalness in his movements. Definitely probably been an infielder all of his life. But like you said, just generates off that back hip and just comes at you. Now we'll see the finesse game, a little flip here. It's bringing back the tweeners, those pants there. He's not quite low, he's not quite high. He's got the stirrups, got to love that.
One of our other middle infielders, Alex GABAUER, who's a Penn commit that's here today. He and Derek were two of the four middle infielders on our Team Pennsylvania roster the year they were in the future games.
Did you get to coach that team?
Yeah, I coached that
It's fun,
team.
huh?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Yeah, I wouldn't say there's a lot of coaching. It's more just putting together a lineup and making sure everybody gets equivalent innings.
Here is number 14, who I believe was already in our outfield rotation.
You're correct. He was
Matthew
our first
PUELLO.
outfielder, and I believe
Jared
Jared told us he was 94 from the outfield,
Okay.
yes.
Not listed as a pitcher, shortstop, outfielder, but obviously showing off some great arm strength. Athletic.
And I must admit, I am a lifelong Cleveland Indians fan, so I like his choice of headwear today.
Showing off the three-quarter.
Although Chief Wahoo is gone by the wayside now.
That kills you. But it's understandable, I guess, with everything we've got going on. And
it'll be interesting to see where the name goes. There's a couple of different options. They're talking about the Cleveland Spiders, which was their original name back in the late 1800s.
That'd be a different one. You got the Richmond Spiders, so that'd be the first
Major League affiliate. Yep.
Definitely good feet around the bag there. Good athletic build. You can see that he's got fast twitch. Doesn't like the hat too much. It might be the hair. But that's one of the things with players today we've had to make adjustments on. Even at the high school level, you give them a hat that normally fits, and they're like, Coach, doesn't fit.
Yeah, it must be bigger. Yep. Okay, this is Avery Lee, West Virginia product. Going to, or
Marshall.
Committed to Marshall.
The Thundering Herd.
Yep.
School with a lot of, definitely a lot of fanfare and tradition. Nice play there by the first baseman.
Marshall is unique in that they do not have an on-field or on-campus stadium or field that they play at. They actually have to travel by bus to Charleston, West Virginia.
Oh, wow.
To play in the minor league park for their home games.
Okay.
They actually have, just off campus, they have a turf facility. They're allowed to play non-conference games but their conference.
Charleston. I don't even know what is the minor league team.
Pirates.
Okay.
Single A.
Coming on the slow.
It's where West Virginia hosts their West Virginia state championships.
I'll tell you what, keep your eyes on number 90 as a first baseman there. There were some tough throws to handle there, and he made that look really easy.
This is number 23, Jake Whitlinger from LaSalle College Prep in Pennsylvania near Philly. And he's a Lehigh commit. And I mentioned earlier we were comparing his frame to Derek Cease, both being shorter in stature, Jake being a little bit thicker. And we questioned, do they stick at shortstop, maybe make the move over to second base? Watch Jake's feet here, his arm plays. I think he's one that may stay on the shortstop side. Derek obviously has the arm strength to stay on the shortstop side, but his frame, everything about his frame says second base.
Here we go. Aggressive there. Oh, good arm. You like to see that when it leaves the hand, it goes nowhere but straight, doesn't drop, doesn't fly. Just spoke too soon, I guess. He's cranking it up. Definitely has the feet and the glove. Wow, very nice. Showing a little three-quarter delivery there. A throw that obviously you have to have as a shortstop. And there's the backhand looking good. Silky smooth and soft hands. Rolling it up.
Good footwork there on a
absolutely.
little bit of an errant feed.
I think he held the bag though, huh?
He was in the neighborhood. We'll give it to him.
Nice. Way to go at that. Very good job right there. Okay, we got number 20 here.
This is Justin Rubin from Friends Central School.
Heading to Virginia. Primary shortstop, 6', 170. We've had a fair share of Virginia players. A couple of brothers out of the Scranton area a few years ago. One of them was lucky enough to win a College World Series with them. Name right now is skipping me.
Virginia does a really good job of recruiting Pennsylvania. Kevin McMullen, who's
Yes.
the recruiting coordinator at Virginia, is a Pennsylvania guy that played both. I actually played against him in college. Another PSAC reference.
Mm-hmm.
Played at IUP, was an All-American football player and also a standout baseball player at IUP.
Wow. Something tough to do because at IUP they play their football. I'll tell
Yes,
you
they
that.
do. So he recruits Pennsylvania very heavily and has had a lot of
luck with
success.
it.
And that was the McCarthy brothers that
Yes.
you were talking about,
Yes.
Joe and
Yep.
can't remember
Yep.
Joe's brother's first name. But both had a lot of success at Virginia amongst, well, in fact, the year Joe's team won the national championship, I believe there were 4 offensive starters from Pennsylvania in that
Wow.
lineup.
Well, and you know, and there's another thing too. You know, these players carrying the torch for other Pennsylvania kids going to these universities, and hopefully, you know, proving that Pennsylvania is a place where there's a lot of ball players. You can find them anywhere. You know that.
This is Andrew GABAUER from Norwin High School that was part of our Team Pennsylvania roster along with Derek Cease, and we talked about when they were swinging the bat how they would be different defensively.
Yes.
And how Andrew is lower to the ground.
Yep.
He glides kind of. There's a longer throwing arm motion.
Yep.
You know, their swing pass were a little bit different, but both are extremely successful in the way they go about things. Just they go about it a little bit differently because their body types
Right.
dictate that.
Right. And you take a lot of high school kids in February in Pennsylvania, and you don't expect to see, you know, sometimes you wouldn't expect to always see the level that we're seeing. These guys look like they're in mid-season form,
Yeah.
and we haven't even really gotten started here. So number 18,
This is Andrew Morocco. And I mentioned we had 4 middle infielders on that Team Pennsylvania roster. Here's number 3.
Okay.
Andrew was on that same team with Derek Cease and with Alex GABAUER.
Nice play there with the glove. Good arm to boot.
Andrew's kind of the prototypical Coastal Carolina type of player. He's the guy that I could see if he walked onto campus tomorrow,
Mm-hmm.
they could say, head on over to third base,
Okay.
head to second, head to short.
Yep.
You got a first baseman's mitt? How about some left? How about some right?
So definitely a utility guy.
Well, I don't know that necessarily a utility guy, but I think he will fit in their lineup
Okay.
or get on the
Wherever
field
they need
where
him.
best needed.
Gotcha.
He's going to have lots of opportunities because of his ability defensively to move around.
Yeah, he's definitely good with the glove. Spectacular round there by him. Made that play twice, attaboy.
All right, we're going to finish up now with our first baseman. We're leaving a couple of third basemen out there and one middle infielder because they're going to be making some throws across the diamond to third base, also to second base to turn 2, and they'll make a few throws to home plate as well. We also get asked, you know, what are you looking for defensively with a first baseman? And arm strength is probably the last thing that we're concerned about because there just aren't that many opportunities for a first baseman to affect a game with his arm strength.
Correct.
Obviously, you know, the inability to throw a baseball is not a good thing, but it's not a skill that is imperative that you have a big arm velocity. So we're looking for feet that work, soft glove, and the ability to, you know, have some lateral range, both to the backhand side and the glove side of the bag.
And a player we've talked a lot about already today, Josh Zambito, heading to Maine, Penn Hills, Pennsylvania, playing first here. Roll a double play, nice feed. Good feed to get back, just showing that we can get back to the base and recover. Obviously, our pitcher would be making his way over there as well, but we want to make sure that these guys have the feet to get back, and he definitely does. Nice job there. And now we're going to see the arm coming across the diamond. And just as he did with catching, showing off a good arm as well.
Josh is a really coachable kid, too. I told you that he had been to a number of PBR events, and there was a point at which I told him when he was showcasing as a third baseman and a first baseman that my recommendation would be drop the whole third base. His frame said first base, so he'd made that move and then later made the move behind the plate as well.
This is Jacob Yeager, Tri-Valley, New York, going to St. Bonaventure, 6'3", 230. Another good-sized player, showing off a nice feed there to second and a recovery. And now we'll get a look at the arm. Just looking to get on top of one here.
For those that are listening at home, by tomorrow you'll be able to go on to our website, and if you click on events on the Pennsylvania website, you'll actually have to then click another tab that says past events, and you'll be able to pull up this particular Procase event, and all numbers, metrics, and statistics from today will be available to you for all players. There'll be some impressive numbers that'll be posted. We'll also have some articles that we'll post that will have a lot of those numbers as well, and a lot of follow-up, both articles on the website and items that we put out on our social media avenues on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook.
Got Michael Callan Moss here, Berkeley Carroll, New York, Seton Hall University, showing great feet and agility. Definitely gives you the look of that first baseman. Big guy that can move. Here comes number 77 now. Jake Millen, North Pocono, Pennsylvania, going to Florida Atlantic. Left-hander here. Another big target over there. Good feed, way to recover. Quick release there. And now the arm across the diamond.
So now the fun begins.
Now your favorite. Now for your favorite.
Well, you know what? I love everything about everything, but yeah,
it's fun
everybody
to see
gets
light up the radar.
In an event like this, everybody gets juiced up for the bullpens because you're going to see some big numbers.
No doubt.
My prediction is that we'll see a dozen arms that will touch 90 or better.
What do you think's going to be the highest? You got a prediction?
My prediction would be 94, but we may see a 95. And a special treat at the very end, our president of operations, Dan Savit, is going to jump on the mound and throw a bullpen. He's been training, getting ready for it for the past month. At 37 years old and out of pro ball for about 6-7 years now. Well, his goal is to jump back up there and see if he can post a 90-mile-an-hour reading today. So we'll see.
What was his? I mean, when he was throwing competitively and he was doing what
out of high school, he was like 87, 88. At his top as a professional arm, he was somewhere in the 96-mile-an-hour range.
And I don't know, for those of you that have never seen it, when you move from that that 8 in the first column to a 9, that's different. But when you hop to a 92 to a 93 up to a 96 or 97, it is unbelievable.
Yep.
Just the difference
Yep.
and the reaction
It even
time.
sounds different.
Yep.
But the biggest thing, let's face it, the 90 reading is not what it was at one point.
No,
it's still
agreed.
very impressive.
Agreed.
When you throw the baseball 90 miles an hour plus. But there's a lot more people doing it today than there were even 5 years ago.
Absolutely. I mean, you're a middle reliever sometimes if you're, upper 80s to 90, and you still got to be at a pitch. You can't just throw that thing.
Well, I can remember, back in my probably teenage years following closely Major League Baseball, most teams had 3 or 4 or 5 arms that were 90 mile an hour plus guys. Today, if you're not throwing 95 plus, you're considered a light thrower, a soft thrower at 91, 92. But the movement is by and large the biggest thing. What type of induced vertical?
Where are we going to see the radar gun from where we're at?
We're going to have an LED board set up, and in fact, I'm going to have to jump off here and help them get that set up. I'll be back momentarily.
Sounds good. We're just going to give you guys some information on where we're at. We have Sorry about that. We have made it to our last segment here for our Northeast Procase. We are with PBR here in Williamsport, Pennsylvania at the Liberty Arena. We are just getting set up for the bullpens. We're expecting to see some big numbers here out of some of these guys. It's been a great showing thus far for anybody that hasn't been around PBR baseball. Obviously, if you get online and you type in PBR Prep Baseball Report, you will see thousands and thousands of places where PBR is big into player development and helping players to show what they need to the next level. We've got a lot of pro scouts here today, and obviously our lineup today here, we have about 40 kids, and with the exception of 4 right now, all of them are committed. I'll go down the list of the uncommitted in case we have some college coaches out there. We have a right-handed pitcher coming up, Carlos Peguero. He is from Gregorio Luperon High School in New York. 6'4", 224 right-hander. He is uncommitted at this point. Another uncommitted was an outfielder whose day is now done, JOVANI WIGGS, out of Shaker, New York. 6'1", 188. It's hard for me to find the uncommitted because there's so many that are committed. Here's another right-handed pitcher, Sidious Prep, New York. That is Andrelis Payamps, Payamps. He is uncommitted, 5'11", 190, right-hander. And I'm trying to find the last one. There he is. Another right-handed pitcher out of St. Andrews Episcopal. That's in Maryland. I believe he's our only Maryland player that we have here today. And Mason Levin is his name, right-handed pitcher. He's 6'1", 220. So we've got some size, and it sounds like we're going to have some excitement on the radar gun as well. We're expecting, 13 guys roughly to probably be in that 90 range, and some guys that are going to be lighting it up even a little bit higher than that. So we're letting everybody get loose. I'm going to let go for a moment here while we're set up, and we'll be back. All right, coming back to Williamsport, Pennsylvania, Liberty Arena. The Northeast Procase here with PBR. First pitcher up is number 72. Right-handed pitcher, GAGE, GILLOTT, Connellsville area, Pennsylvania, heading to USC Upstate. We'll get you an update on velocity here. I'm not presently in a position to see. They're good. And Gage is throwing his bullpen here. We'll update you on what his velocities are as soon as we get a reading. Showing his off-speed repertoire here.
That's all you got right there.
Looks like we got things set up here and we're rocking. Everything sounds clear. You can hear the popping of the mitt, looking good there. And on the warm-up mound right now we have number 11.
Derek Cease.
It's Derek Cease heading to Penn State University. We're trying to get a velocity maybe here for Gage GILLOTT.
Gage is still in his warm-up phase here. We're not live yet.
Okay, we're warm-up phase. That's good. Okay, so you haven't really missed anything, and we will keep you updated with velocities and everything else as we get going here. So hang tight. And number 11 here, as we said, Derek Cease, heading to Penn State University. Don't let the size fool you. Little bit of dynamite in a little package here.
That's fine.
He can really bring it. Knows how to use his body. We've talked about that all day today. Just creates some good gracious velocity with that body of his. Very stable windup. He's not trying to do a whole lot with his body. A little bit of movement, just gives himself a little bit of a starter step. Coming out of the stretch position, kind of, with a little bit of a step back. And you can see here that the velo is for real. Showing off the change up here a little bit. Gonna try to step around the table here, and I still can't see it. Now we're gonna see his off speed. It's like a slider there. And as we said earlier, you know, players from Pennsylvania, this is for us, you know, New York, New Jersey, Maryland, this is early. So when you're getting, you know, radar gun readings like we're going to probably see here out of these guys, I mean, you know that they're in shape and they've been throwing. Some of them are trying to peak here over the next month when we get into the high school season, but we'll start out cold. So probably not going to see a lot of big pitch counts till we get into June. When I say big pitch counts, you're probably, you know, looking in the 80s range, high school kids. Pennsylvania has a, you know, the 85 pitch counts, and some states work pitch counts. Pennsylvania's pretty conservative in that, in a good way. Real powerful frame here, just bringing it. Little country hardball. Next pitcher here is a left-hander. Get you a number here in a moment. Number 67, thank you.
All right, so I apologize. I had to step away there for a second as we got things all situated. Gage GILLOTT, our first arm there, that started for us, topped at 88.
Okay.
And Derek Cease, our second bullpen, topped at 91.
So we got an 88 and a 91.
So I will keep track for everybody out there. That's one 90-mile-an-hour arm thus far.
Now we're looking at left-handed pitcher Ite Spinoza out of Fayetteville, Manlius, New York. He will be attending Elon as his college choice. See a much different wind-up and set of mechanics here. He's got the leg kick that's a little a la Louis Tiant, if you will. Really working to get that back pocket facing his target and exploding with it. Does a pretty good job of hiding the ball.
How you guys doing?
This is fun.
So do you have two angles or just one? Just one. Okay. You can see that good? Yeah. Oh, that's really good.
Showing off a good little bender there from the left side. Again, we'll update you on velocities once we're done here. But you're now looking at, lost the name again. There he is, Ite Spinoza. Oh, hey, there we go. Got the velocity. That's good stuff.
Only problem is we're on a delay there. So we're watching ourselves now and got the sound turned off.
Okay.
And it's delayed about 30 seconds.
Okay.
We're in a little bit, for those of you that are watching, we're in a little bit different vantage point than we were for everything else we've done today. We don't have active eyes on velocities right now, so we were scrambling trying to get there. So we've found a way now. We're back with you.
But we're checking out the YouTube link, or not the link, the YouTube feed right here. Okay. It's pretty cool across the bottom there. You see the player's number, a little bit about the player. That's good stuff. As I said, he does a good job. You can see him hiding that ball behind his left leg and uses all of that to his advantage, I'm sure. Now we talked about, velocities with, and how they've gone up and what you have to do. I mean, is it better, or is it more doable for lefties to not throw quite as hard? I mean, I know in Major League Baseball we're still seeing upper 90s out of even our lefties.
Yeah, at the collegiate level, left-handed pitches is still a commodity. Obviously, a guy that can spin it from the left side makes you even that more valuable. Velocity is not as premium from the left-hand side. There just aren't as many left-handers to go around. So obviously, if you're 94, 95 from the left side and can spin it as well, you're probably ending up at the Vanderbilts and the LSUs and the major Power Fives. And you're still going to see some D1 scholarship left-handed pitching arms that are mid to upper 80s because they're left-handed and can spin it. He finished there consistently with the fastball, was sitting in the 84 to 86 range.
Funny, they used to say, as anymore, it's tough to be a righty and a la Greg Maddux and just know how to pitch. You can still be a lefty, it seems like, without some of the upper velos and some of the nastiest stuff if you can pitch. But, there's guys that transcend the game and guys that can, if they can pitch, they can still find a place for you. But it's getting tougher and tougher if you don't have some of those numbers.
Correct.
Seeing 87 there.
Greg Maddux, that one of my favorite statistics of all time in baseball. If you haven't seen it, go look it up. The number of batters that he faced in his major league career that he went 3-0 on, and of the how many of them were intentional walks. It's almost comic book like.
Well, I remember he was one of the guys that, he helped bring along the first pitch strike percentage because, my God, he just went after you.
Just attacked. Yep.
And there's something to be said for that you're not pitching from behind.
Yep.
It's sometimes not a nice life when you're throwing from behind all the time.
Greeley's sitting consistently in the 85 to 87 range here.
Okay, we got J.D. Greeley here, Pocono Mountain West, heading to Monmouth University in New Jersey.
Yeah, it's funny that we're scrambling there for the first couple of pitchers to make sure that we could give some velos to those watching at home, and lo and behold, they were already watching.
They were already getting them. That's okay.
We were the only ones that weren't. And in fact, they're getting them. Well, I guess they're getting them in the same time frame we are. It's about 30 seconds behind what's actually happening live here in the arena.
JD, as opposed to some of the other guys, has some pretty fundamental mechanics. Not a whole lot of funky stuff in there. A simple starter step, if you will, and just staying tight in position and getting some good extension.
That's another important metric that we get via TrackMan that we talk about quite a bit is the extension or release. And the guy that's getting out there 15 to 20 inches, the difference in perceived fastball velocity at the plate at that release point is much greater than the average person would realize. If you think about a guy that's throwing 89 miles an hour, but he's releasing it from 2 feet closer or a foot and a half closer than the average person, suddenly it looks like it's 96.
Correct.
Perception of the eyes of the hitter.
Well, and you hear that, that saying a lot more. Getting, we hear depth. Getting that depth and spreading. Getting yourself spread out and getting that foot and extending it's something that everybody's talking about, and obviously that's why. Here comes number 91 now.
Yeah, you're going to see some velo here.
Okay. There he is. KHOL HERTZLER, Boyertown.
Remember, I spoke
Yes.
when Cole was working at third base, and he had posted some video of some off-season workouts. We've seen him up to 92, and I said I thought that maybe a 94 or 95 might be a possibility today.
Now you get a little of that adrenaline flowing and kind of here on the big stage. And
Good job, man. Good to see you.
certainly a lot of body to be able to do it at 6'5", 220. And look at that. We've seen a 93 here already. I know we're a little bit behind, but yow. Yes, it is not your grandfather's MLB anymore, I guess, right? Showing off a good slider, it looks like, to go with that. I think that's something we're going to see out of most of these guys. Obviously, they wouldn't be in this position if they didn't have some secondary pitches. Although we'd all love to be able to throw fastballs and get everybody out, that's something that everybody practices.
It's a good angle with our camera behind the arm side of the pitchers. Not only seeing the arm action, but you can also see the varying grips as they move through the different pitches that they have in their arsenal.
One thing that is a little interesting with him is if you watch his left foot, it does come. I mean, we're kind of at an angle where it comes at us a little bit. That's something that maybe it'll be tightened up and maybe even get him another mile per hour or so. Not that he's struggling with that at all. But obviously they'll get in touch with some of these great pitching coaches and they'll do some things with them and make their little tweaks. And next thing you know, you're picking up a mile or two. But gosh darn, he can throw it.
Yep. We just added in the blast motion box in the bottom corner, so now you're going to be not only seeing velocities in real time, but you'll see total of 6 metrics, including spin rate. What you see here with HERTZLER is he's a guy that's below 2,000 RPMs in his spin rate with his fastball at 93 miles an hour. Which is heavy, heavy, heavy. That's low spin, meaning that he's going to get sink action out of that. And he's going to bust a lot of bats.
It's funny we talk about that. I'm lucky enough to coach on the same high school coaching staff as Mike Messina here in Montoursville. And years ago when Mike was home, he'd come home after the season and we would throw. He would throw, and then there was a guy by the name of Jason Phillips who was in the Cleveland Indians organization from Hughesville, Pennsylvania. And we would catch him, and I always explained early on to my wife, I said, catching Mike, it's like catching a feather. It's hard, but it's like catching a feather. And then Jason would come up, and he would throw a sink, and it was like catching a dang cinder block. You know what I mean? And it's just such a difference in the way the ball hits the catcher's mitt.
All right, here's our first pitcher only of the day. This is Devin Fletcher. He's out of Liberty High School in Pennsylvania. He's a Penn State commit. 6'8". 6'8", 215. And we talked a little bit about Devin before we got started today with you and asked if you had seen him before. Devin's a guy that when we first saw him was upper 70s. And then the next time we saw him, he was, low 80s. Next time we saw him, he was climbing the ladder, 86, 87. For the first time last winter at a PBR events, touched a 90. And he's getting 8 feet, 1 inch of extension.
Wow.
That means he's releasing it.
Yep.
Instead of at 60 feet, 6 inches, closer to 52 feet.
It's amazing. That's what that long body will do for you. His mechanics look great.
So there's our third guy at 90. We're on our way to the 12 that I predicted.
Now, is your 12 including Dan?
Well, I guess technically Dan's my boss, so I would be remiss if I didn't say absolutely. Devin's done a fantastic job of just staying with things and allowing himself time to grow into his body. I mean, at 6'8", you got some moving parts going a lot of different directions, and
Yeah.
he was patient, continued to work hard. He's filled out. I mean, at 6'8", 215, he's still wiry, but significantly thicker than he was when we first saw him, and has really, really cleaned up his mechanics, worked very hard with a number of different organizations, but specifically an organization in his area where he comes from that works hard with pitchers development, and has really turned himself into not only a Division I collegiate prospect, but also a professional prospect. It's hard to be 6'8". Not everybody's 6'8", so he's got that going for him right off the bat.
Well, and the thing you can see with his body, though, too, is he's not I mean, if you will, he's not a beanpole. I mean, he's got his legs. He's got some thickness in his legs. He's got good broad shoulders, so he's got some ability to put some weight on, mature himself into that man body that we talk about so often. But he definitely has learned how to control the body that he has. And now it's just going to hopefully climb and get better for him. He's one that I don't know that our high school team wants to run into here if we get into playoffs. We'll have to figure that out later, I guess.
Well, Liberty is a 5A or 6A,
Okay,
one of the two, so you're not going to
We may not have to worry about that then.
No. I believe they're 6A, actually.
So coming to the end of a nice bullpen here for Devin. Consistently upper 80s with his fastball.
Also another guy that's low spin rate in the 1900 range, so a guy that when he lives down in the zone, he's going to get good sink out of it. And as we mentioned, the extension that he's getting, 14 inches, makes a enormous difference. Sorry, not 14 inches, 7 feet.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
A la Randy Johnson and some of these other big, tall pitchers that got downhill.
Yep. It's a real good bullpen there by Devin. Living in the upper 80s, touching 90.
Now we're moving to number 82 here. This is Angelo Bartsiokas. Minnesink Valley, New York. He's heading to Iona. 6 foot 205. Angelo's kind of working out of a modified stretch. Very quick delivery. Doesn't take a lot of time. Gets the ball and gets that knee up and goes. Looks like another guy with a shot to hit 90 here before we're done. Couple of readings at 88. His off speed down in the upper 70s.
Can see our staff moving the mound around a little bit there. These portable mounds are heavy, but when you get big guys like this throwing with some high intent, after 5 or 6 guys throw, it causes them to slide just a little bit, and we have to reset them and recalibrate the TrackMan unit to get back on track.
Well, the culmination here of what's been a great day at the Liberty Arena. I know you guys are going to be busy again tomorrow here. Maybe give a quick little preview of what's up tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow morning we've got an area code games trial. Pro Scouts that will be in attendance, both educating and evaluating players for potential invites to the area code game trials. Those that go to the tryouts, in the early summer and are selected then represent one of a number of professional organizations in California in early August in the area code games, and they're called the area code games because you're picking players from an area code, but they're largely the group tomorrow morning will be Division I commits, underclassmen, so most are juniors, a few sophomores. That will be in the morning session, and in the PM session we have our North Central PA preseason all-state event, which will be close to 80 players that will work out for us, and the top players in that event will potentially get invites to participate in our PA state games in June. So you were right, Angelo's climbed the ladder here. 89 has been his top, so he's close to that 90-mile-an-hour reading to join the club of guys that have touched 90 so far today. Final fastball was at 87, so well, I guess he is going to throw a couple more here. Three more.
Get you a number here on our next pitcher coming to us. Number 99. Right-handed pitcher, Trey Savage out of Boyertown, Pennsylvania. He will be attending East Carolina, the Pirates. 6'4", 240. Big fella here.
Trey was also a member of Team Pennsylvania at the PBR Future Games. Was originally committed to Pitt shortly after his appearance in the Future Games. Decommitted from Pitt last summer and recommitted to East Carolina. He's one that I said going into today had a potential to post a 95, and he's living in the 92, 93 range early on. He throws absolute bowling balls up there. He lives in the bottom of the zone. High three-quarter, almost over the top arm slot. Really good extension. He's getting 5 feet, almost 6 feet of extension, and it's tends to be a low spin rate fastball. So once again, he's going to get some sink action to that fastball. He's one I've seen quite a bit of through his high school years. I've run the past 6 years, run a facility just north of Lancaster, PA, and he plays for a travel program that trains out of that facility called the Keystone State Bombers. So I've had a lot of opportunities to see him.
I've heard of him.
He's a big, strong kid that is going to just continue to get better.
Showing off his array of pitches here. It's a pretty good biter right there. Little snapdragon, tight. Whew. That's the other unfair thing, you know, you're throwing 93, 94, and all of a sudden you're dropping Uncle Charlie like that, and that one's a snappy one. Ooh. He's creeping, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
93.
Just starting to get loose.
Just looking easy, too. Free.
His year pitching for Team Pennsylvania down in Georgia, he faced his 3 innings were against Team Canada, and Team Canada was loaded. It was actually their 3rd game and our 3rd game, final game that we played down there that year, and Canada had just absolutely hit the baseball all over the place for 2 games. And he got a lot of swords from those hitters. He sawed off a bunch of guys and made some guys look silly. Had a really good outing.
Fastball like that. I don't know. I'm liking that off-speed pitch too. You hate to call it off-speed because it ain't really that slow, but get another look at his fastball here. Boy, he is down. There's your 94.5, so we'll give him 95 on that.
That's officially a 95, so there it is. My first prediction comes true.
Dang. He doesn't miss up, either. Everything he misses is down. That's what you want.
Yep. So that was a pretty solid pen.
I think that's what we would call that for sure. Coming down to how many players, do we know how many pitchers we have here today?
Roughly 20, I'd say.
Okay.
So we're creeping on about halfway through.
Okay. Thank you. 15 here is right-handed pitcher Justin Rodriguez out of George Washington, New York. Is heading to Florida International, FIU, 6', 168.
And there's another 90.
And we're on the 90 board already with him. Nowhere to go but up then. Well, and we were right. Wow. That ball jumps on you. Whew. Tight breaking balls. Good job by these guys throwing their secondary pitches. We get a look at his changeup here. Staying in the 90s with that heater.
And you mentioned earlier several times, but people have to keep in mind, we are in Pennsylvania, second week of February. You know, you can add +2, 3, even 4 miles an hour to most of these guys' velos come June, July, once they're into a regular outdoor throwing program and they've
Yes.
you know, stretched things out. And
Yes. Oh, and I mean, to think about this many guys already that are, I mean, it's kind of ludicrous to think that you brought a group in here that, you know, just from that small of an area of guys that can just bring it. It's exciting to see, and it's really amazing. Because like you said, I mean, depending on when you finished up your summer ball, you're probably, you know, even if you played into the fall, you're September, October, you know, taking some time off, and now just finally starting to crank it back up again. I know some people like to put the ball down for a while as a pitcher and give that arm a break. So some of these guys are probably going to increase.
Yeah, probably at least 3-4 months from their last, you know,
Yep.
live action on a game mound outdoors. One of the neat pieces of technology that we've added here recently is we now have a iPad that's set up to the arm side of the pitchers that is just out of camera frame that is hooked into TrackMan, and we have the ability to tag various pitches during the course of a bullpen session or a BP session for that matter if it's a hitter, and then go back later and we'll get a slow motion rendering of that delivery with all the TrackMan data down the side of the video. And in short order, we're going to actually be able to have one pitch, one swing, whatever it be, also post directly to the player's profile with that data.
And obviously the other cool thing about that, the other cool feature is if you throw your best fastball, there's one that you can slow down and you can look at your body and study. What did I do, you know, that made me do this?
Here comes your next 90.
95. This is right-hand pitcher Chase Renner out of Brandywine Heights, Pennsylvania, another Penn State commit. He's coming in at 6'4", 192. There will not be any vacancies of small pitchers at Penn State here, it doesn't look like. They got some big, tall pitchers coming their way and some good velocities.
Chase was actually a very late ad, like 2 days ago. He was at our Procase last year, but evidently made a decision here just a couple days ago. His dad contacted me and I said, absolutely, we can get him in, and rightfully so. I mean, he's sitting 92, 93 early here. Real short arm action.
Nothing wasted.
No. Chase has a little bit of a wrap or a hook in the back, as we call it in scouting terminology, where in his takeaway from the glove, he's got a little loading of the wrists where you know, that's something that they'll probably work to clean up just a little bit. Not only will it assist him a little bit with his velocity, but also will keep from pitches being tipped moving forward. It's got good down break action to the curveball slider. With his high 3/4 to nearly over the top release, he's getting some real good downward plane, release point of 5 feet 7 inches. So gives some appearance of downward plane on the pitch to the hitter. Another thing that those watching home, if you're a young catcher and you've either already showcased or you plan to in the future, keep in mind, you know, catchers are asked to stick around here at the end catching bullpens, and sometimes it feels like you know, grunt work. But notice that in every one of these videos, the catcher is also in frame, so it's a perfect opportunity for catchers to show their ability to receive in-game action while they're receiving these bullpens. And it's also valuable video that you can cut up and use for your own recruiting purposes, even though it's the pitcher that we're currently doing most of the evaluation of. It's a great opportunity for catchers to show their abilities.
I got to tell you, Coach, I just heard him over there listening to you, and you sounded pretty good.
Oh, well, appreciate it.
Is it too late in life to start another career for us? Actually, the sound was very good, though, coming out there. That's good to hear. And what number do we have here?
Okay, so Chase Runner finishes up sitting consistently 91 to 93. Really nice bullpen.
Okay, thank you. Number 17, he's already above 90. is. Right-handed pitcher, Brian Hart. Benjamin N. Cardozo High School out of New York. And he will be attending Stony Brook, 5'10", 170. Stony Brook with a great reputation for baseball. They do a nice job there, and I'm sure they're excited about getting this guy. Already up above 90 with a pitch or two. How many does that put us at now?
We're up to 7.
Hey,
Well on our way to 12.
outstanding.
I would guess that 12 was a conservative number.
Short, quick movements here. Good arm action. See what he can do with the number 2 pitch here. Slider is really the pitch nowadays, isn't it?
It is.
Over so many other types of curve balls. And
Well, the thing about the slider is it comes out of the same window as the fastball, and for the majority of the flight of the baseball, looks like a fastball.
absolutely.
And for most pitchers, it's an easier one to develop because it's it's a quarter turn from your
Right.
fastball motion.
Definitely not the frisbee curve days of old, and
No.
even the 12 to 6 is an anomaly anymore. And like you said, I think the main thing is deception. You can bring it out of the same slot, and you explained it perfectly. It's a quarter turn, and it's a different pitch.
Yep.
And if you're getting 2 to 3 inches with it, you're you're okay. See
And the
change up here.
velocity, you look at some of the top big league arms, the velocity they're throwing their slider at is almost comical. You got guys
Right.
throwing the slider in the upper 80s, even into the low 90s now.
Can't even really call that an off-speed pitch, can we?
No,
It's just
it's
a
just
different.
a different shape pitch that's not thrown quite as hard as the fastball.
His windup is nice and fluid. It's very very tight to his body. Not overexerting himself. Just nice and easy, and then wham, here it comes. Well, this has certainly been fun. Hopefully we can do this again sometime. I mean, I'm sure it's helpful to some that are not able to be here, or, as opposed to just, I know sometimes I'm at home and I'm watching some of these, and when you don't really know who the players are, or you don't have somebody talking to you, sometimes it's tough to start guessing and figure out who everybody is. So hopefully this is helping some people out there to see some of these players and develop some opinions.
I feel sorry for the people who follow us on social media, because we tend to make sure that we get some piece of information or video out on the top players at each event that we run. Today, that's everybody.
Well,
So,
exactly. Hey,
We're just
listen.
absolutely flooding the social media networks,
But how
Twitter and
cool is that
Instagram and
that a
Facebook.
coach or that a professional scout can just scroll back through, and they've got a little bit of a history, a little bit of a story on every guy here.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's what these guys want, obviously, and that's all you can ask for.
All right, here comes your next 90.
So 93, jeepers. There it is. 93 right-handed pitcher Carlos Peguero, Gregorio Luperon High School out of New York. Now, this is an uncommitted one for those of you that are watching out there, so I wouldn't stare at it too long because it might not be there much longer. 6'4", 224, big fella, and he's bringing it. Nice slide piece to go with it. This guy's got a good body on him. Hard to believe some of these guys are seniors in high school, as we've said earlier today. He is a man out there. Get another look at his fastball here.
Well, we talked about, 90 is the new
80.
Well, or 85 of a few
guess.
years ago. So I guess it's unreal, the development
Yeah.
of athletes and specifically pitchers in the game of baseball, but I won't mention the specific program, but there are programs in the PSAC that have 10, 11, 12 arms that are 90 plus, and they're sitting at that level.
Absolutely.
So,
and
you know, when you see and parents need to understand, well, my son, he's an outstanding pitcher. He's sitting 83, 85, and he wants to go to XYZ, and we say, he can't throw there. And they look at us like we're Chinese. We're trying to be honest with them, but the reality is it's not going to happen for him because
Right.
of where velo has taken you. Now,
Right.
velo is not everything.
No,
But it's certainly important. It's become.
well, and you can make the statement is velo is not everything, but if you don't have it, guess what?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
It's short-lived, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Talked about that before. You got guys that are you got hitters that are hitting with machines that are throwing over 100, and you can time up a fastball if it doesn't move. And that lays the groundwork for the two-seamer. Pressure the middle finger a little bit, or pressure the index finger. Get that 1 or 2 inch run, because if you can't get it to run a little bit, somebody's going to hit it.
That's exactly right.
And that's one of the things I'm blessed with. Like, sometimes we'll be in Coach Messina's house and we'll be doing our bullpens, and he's just talking to the kids about the fingers, and we have kids that are holding almost like what Mike would call a fork ball. Now, it's obviously not, because our fork balls used to be really spread out, but Mike preaches, if you want velocity, you got to get those fingers closer together. You got to get it out on your fingertips, and extension. He talks extension all the time.
Window.
Yep.
Yep.
So just little things that you don't know that they're going to make that much of a difference, but they do.
Yep. And if you work on 3 or 4 of those little things, suddenly it
Yep.
becomes a big thing.
Yep.
That is a very solid secondary pitch.
Well, that's what I say. I've been impressed with these guys, with all of their secondary pitches. It's like he's going to throw, I'm guessing, a change here, but he kind of gave it could be looks maybe splitterish. Looks like he's going to end it with a couple of fastballs here. That's living right there. And then the other part of the conversation that comes in is how long in a game can you maintain it? We look at guys like Justin Verlander and these crazy cats that are still throwing 96, 97 in the 7th inning.
Yeah.
My goodness, talk about, just being in the proper shape.
That's right. Yeah, there's steps to the maturation of players or pitchers that are this age and this talented. The first step, obviously, is the ability to reach these velocities. Second is to command them. The third is, like you said, to be able to maintain that velocity through 5, 6 innings. And then obviously,
where's the fairness? Every time you get to the next step, there's another step.
Right. Yep. And then clearly the secondary stuff is the separator.
Right. Let's see if we can get a number here. Thank you. There he is. So we have, here's a high school you may have heard of. We got right-hand pitcher Jonathan Bautista.
Jonathan will be our next 90s.
Springside Chestnut Hill Academy, Pennsylvania, and he is going to be a Pitt Panther. Whew.
And absolutely
Welcome.
love his arm
Didn't waste
action.
a lot of time there, did he?
No, love his arm action.
Yes. Wow. Spectacular. Like you said, it looks like he's almost coming right out of his right ear at you. Short whip arm action as opposed to a long arm action kind of a guy. Comes his secondary. Looks like a slider or a curve. You can see him going through his mental progress each pitch. He's kind of giving you what he wants it to do. If it doesn't, seems pretty satisfied with that one.
Yeah, that one was much better than the first. This is the pitch for him in development. If he gets this pitch to a point where it's an above average delivery for him, he's going to be a conference arm for them.
Absolutely.
Quickly.
Nice subtle wind up. He doesn't get too discombobulated with his body. It's just a quick little step to the side, get that knee up and rear back and let it go.
Yeah, you'll see when he gets to his changeup. The changeup's already there for him. He's got a really good feel for the change, but the slider is the one that he's still trying to get total command and feel for.
I think there's a lot of value in what you just said too. You know, there's a difference between a college starter and a college conference starter, a Friday night or a Saturday night guy that you often hear him talk about on TV. You know, every staff has their guys, and you know, even though you're a pitcher on a pitching staff, there's still an echelon, there's still a ladder. You know, who's at the top of that ladder and who's in the middle portion. And when you start talking about a guy that has that type of stuff, you're talking about somebody that can be electric. Just fluid, just right at you. Very nice.
All right.
I'm getting some of my friends who are a little sick like me when it comes to this game are shooting me texts saying, I can't believe the tweets I'm seeing out of the Liberty Arena right now. He goes, straight up stud ball in Williamsport.
Yeah.
And you are not joking. Got some big boys here performing. And I do have to give props. My wife is one of the that group that I'm speaking about.
So she knows the difference.
She kind of lives it with me, so says we're sounding great and says that the talent seems to be really, really good. Now we have number 22 up next. There he is. Right-handed pitcher Joshua Millville out of Star Point, New York, will be attending Fairleigh Dickinson as his commitment. Not sure where Star Point is located. Another guy with short arm action here. We're teetering, aren't we?
He's creeping on it, and he's one of the higher spin rate fastballs that we've seen thus far, approaching 2,400 RPMs, which is
What is
above average.
What is
2200 would probably be around average for a quality high school arm. So numbers approaching 2500 are into that above average category for high spin rate.
okay?
Then those guys that are in the 1900 range are the guys that are going to have the heavy fastball and the sink action.
Gotcha.
The guys that fall into that 2000 to 2200 is the guy that everything looks a little bit flat and tends to get hit a little bit.
Okay. So you either want to be at one side or the other, huh?
You
Nothing in the middle.
Don't want to be middle of the class.
Okay.
Even on the mound, as we were talking about hitters and how they, create barrel whip and the ability to hit baseballs a distance, pitchers develop their method of velocity, and in his case, it's the quick arm.
Yep.
Trey Savage, you threw a few bullpens ago. Just a very, very strong lower half and using the downhill plane and getting out over the front foot and allowing his 6'4", 240-pound frame to do some of the work for him.
Yep, Josh goes 5'11", 175, and obviously he's learned how to use all of that. And that's something that we've seen out a lot of our pitchers today, is just that lower half becomes so important. Definitely has a frame that he can build on and can just continue to grow and get stronger. Gives you that feel, that power pitcher out there. So get a look at another fastball here. See this change up. This was pretty tight the last time he threw it. Does a nice job of keeping that down and away. And now we're just going to let one out of the tank here, I believe. Nicely done. Good bullpen there. You were talking about, I think you were talking about the catchers getting game-like reps.
Yeah, that's really important for those that have either not started the showcase yet or are just starting into the showcase phase of their high school careers. If you're a catcher, it's very important to understand that not only at our events, but there are other opportunities as well, other organizations that do things, college camps. When asked to stick around and catch bullpens, sometimes it feels like grunt work, but it's another opportunity for you to shine and not to go through the motions, to show your abilities in a game type setting where you're receiving pitches is big. And then, in a case like this, it's video out there. Even though we're currently evaluating pitchers, it gives us the ability.
90.
Yep.
We got number 73 here, Grant Smeltzer out of Central York, Pennsylvania, 5'11", 200. Will be attending Fairfield. At least that's his commitment at this point. He's about the third guy in a row that's compact. That like I said, we keep mentioning that short arm angle, giving you that, again, that power feel of a pitcher. He really turns his front side away and keeps that ball hidden.
There's a neat story about Grant. Grant's from York, PA. Not more than about 30 minutes, 25 minutes from where I reside, and he contacted me last year, probably in April, and said, Coach, I've lined up live at bats with a group of about 10 guys at York High School on Saturday. Would you be willing to come down and do some scouting and maybe shoot some video and put some stuff out for us on social media? I said, sure, who's coming, Grant? And he started rattling off, and they were a lot of quality Division I caliber uncommitted guys, as well as some guys that were college guys whose seasons had come to an end and wanted to stay active. But he took the initiative as a high school junior who was still uncommitted and looking for the right college fit to put it together, organize it, and there was a lot of real quality players, and it was a good experience, not only for him but for everybody that was involved.
There's still something to be said for responsibility and maturity, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's fantastic. Yeah, it just goes to show you, and it's not, hey, it's not all about him either. I mean, he's bringing you some guys. He's getting they're getting an opportunity to also see him and improve themselves. So good for him. It's the kind of stuff you like to hear. So now, what is your hometown?
I've resided in Manheim, PA, just north of Lancaster.
Okay. My dad lived in Lidditz for a while, in Denver, Pennsylvania for a little while.
We're about 10 minutes from Lidditz.
Okay.
Those who have been in the area, there's one of the largest auto auctions in the world. The Manheim Auto Auction literally is
another nice pitch there.
I can see it out my front door of my home.
Okay. It is funny how you get to this part of the showcase and it starts to get a little thin, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's
There's
on
less
the way home,
parents in the stands and less players waiting to showcase
right.
their abilities. Just the arms that are remaining.
It's been a great day, though. A lot of these guys have been able to show their tools with a few more to go. And obviously the last one's as important as the first one. We're going to stay here with you through the whole thing and make sure that each one of these guys gets their opportunity to showcase their abilities.
I made the prediction at breakfast this morning that we would see 15 arms that would touch 90 or better, and then I chickened out and backed off it and moved that number down to 12, but we may very well reach 15. We're at 10 now. It'd be interesting if we get to 14 and the deciding number 15 could be our Dan Savitz bullpen.
I love it. Well, if he gets up to 90, I might have to grab a bat and go up there. I don't know. See what happens. I guess I'll wear a helmet. I'm actually, God, I got him. I'm 47 now, so for me it's been a lot longer than him, but he's in good shape, that's for sure. I got to admit, a couple of his videos on YouTube and stuff, and they get me fired up a little bit.
I think that's why he does them.
Let's get a number here. We got number 89.
This is Cole Klein, I believe.
Mason Levin. If I got the number right, 89. Mason Levin.
Okay.
Out of St. Andrews Episcopal in Maryland. If there's coaches out here, he's a righty. 6'1", 220, and at this point is uncommitted. So if you're watching and you like what you see here, we can get you some info on him. Again, Mason Levin, St. Andrews Episcopal out of Maryland, uncommitted 2021 right-handed pitcher, 6'1", 220.
I got to be honest, I don't know a whole lot about Mason other than the video I watched of him leading up to this event, and he's
there it is.
He was one of the guys that I thought might touch a 9 today and just touched 91.
Might have even beat it there again. 94. Okay, so we're 91 where we're sitting right now. He's going to go to his changeup, start showing his secondary pitches. Disappeared. It's a nice pitch. Another change. Boy, the circle change has changed the game as well, hasn't it?
We have guys, really good high school players that go off Division I, high caliber Division II programs. Doesn't matter the level, but they come back in the off season and the first thing out of their mouths following their freshman year is they should outlaw the changeup. Because let's face it, most high school pitchers that are really talented high school pitchers don't have to throw that pitch a whole lot 100%. As a high school pitcher. Got to throw it as a college pitcher,
yes.
And hitters haven't seen it enough.
Right.
It takes some time to adjust.
It is funny. You have to be disciplined as a high school pitch, especially in a high school season. Travel ball, it's a little different because I think you're running into some squads that have guys that can really swing it. But you're right. I mean, I've seen some high school pitchers, at least in our state, where you tip in the early, low 90s. You really don't have to use too much else. Maybe
let's face it. You throw a change up, and the average high school hitter suddenly catches up to it because he's seeing fastball out of the hand, and accidentally runs into it because he's swinging at a fastball velocity, and it comes in as a changeup, and it speeds up his bat enough to. Right. So yeah.
Comes a curve. Nice pitch.
Very nice.
Right off the
I've
table.
been impressed with his bullpen. He's definitely a guy that I'm not sure why he's not currently committed, but got a feeling he's going to have a few phone calls after this one. Yeah, living in the 89 to 91 range. Good feel for the secondary. It's very directional.
Again, if you're tuning in late, Mason Levin, St. Andrews Episcopal, Maryland, uncommitted right-handed pitcher, 2021 graduate. And we're 6'1", 220 with the size.
You were talking about hat sizes earlier. His hat is just big enough to almost fall off his head, but at least he's been able to keep it on his head for the full build.
You had to say that, didn't you?
I jinxed it.
We even got the jinx working here, man. That's only supposed to work on TV. That's pretty good. No, trust me, it's a dime a dozen that can keep them on their head anymore with these hairstyles. I mean, mine's way out of touch with what they're doing today because I ain't got any. But
I don't either, and that's why my hat never comes off my head.
Good bullpen here, solid. There's got to be somebody out there that needs one. It's got a good flow.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Jared Carrier just come over to let us know that he's uncommitted.
Yeah.
Yep, we were aware.
You said, I don't know that it's going to be too much longer, though.
No.
Nice job, young man. I'm thinking number 80. Making his way over here next. Right-handed pitcher. I like this one. My wife's from here. We got Michael Kilker out of Hazleton area. He is a West Virginia commit. Hazleton, Pennsylvania. 6'2", 200 pounds.
I'll make a prediction. I would guess that Michael will touch a 93, maybe a 94 here.
Oh boy, I'm ready.
And it's a short arm swing.
Buckle up. It's got some life. Like he got under that one a touch. Gets on top of that. And he's already got the 90 though. That's put that one on the board. Ooh.
There's a
There he
2.
goes, 92. You're right.
I'm not
Short
right
arm
yet.
action.
I'm on my way though.
Bottom of the zone. Here it comes. You don't play the lottery, do you? Yeah.
I've seen enough of Michael to know
Yeah.
where
here
he
comes
is.
the slider.
Michael's another guy that was a future games participant
Okay.
for us for Team PA. In fact, I mentioned that we only take uncommitted athletes to that event, and
Nice pitch there.
he had an offer from West Virginia before heading to the event, and I said, Michael, that offer will be there, as well as many others after going down there. I mean, there are 300 plus Division I college coaches standing elbow to elbow for 4 days, and he did eventually commit to West Virginia,
Right.
but it was good for him to get down there and show himself.
Just easy flow, too. 92 and just easy.
Yep.
Oh, they're starting to build a reputation down there in Morgantown. They got a beautiful facility. And they're teaching some of these Big 12 schools that you don't have to live where it's warm to be good at baseball, you know?
Correct.
In fact,
They're
I think,
also
how hard would it be to come into West Virginia when you're a Texas team or when you're
yeah. Well, their staff is from Texas. That's where
Okay.
where their head coach Randy Mazey came from. He was coaching in Texas before making the move, so
Sure.
he's able to get some guys still out of Texas. But early on, when he first got there,
That one sounded good.
it was a large percentage of his roster were actually Texas kids,
Okay.
but he's now got a stranglehold in the greater surrounding states around West Virginia, as well
Right.
as West Virginia is starting to get some quality players out of Pennsylvania.
Right. Well, I'm going to think you guys probably didn't get touched up too badly then, huh?
No, that particular team that each of these guys that we've mentioned today were on went 2-0-1. We tied Ohio, hammered Michigan pretty soundly, and beat Team Canada pretty soundly. So it was a good truck down there. And who wins and loses is
Right.
not important really,
Secondary.
but for anything, it's more bragging rights for the state directors to say, "Gotcha again."
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a very good nucleus of players and arms.
I just like the fact that he's just, easy on his body, and it's a sign of a guy who's going to be able to throw for a long time. Fluid. Giddy up. 2 we got. You have to really grind if he wants to see a 9-3. But boy, he's been consistent there with 92. Good job. Good bullpen. Again.
Yep. So that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. There's the 12.
I was watching this guy throw on the side. I don't think it's going to take him long either. Let's get a name here. All right, we got number 68 right here. All right, so we are moving now to another uncommitted. This time we're going to the left-hand side. We have Johnson Manaya, Sidious Prep, New Jersey. Uncommitted, 6 foot 185. Make no mistake, I was watching him throw off to the side. He definitely understands what he is doing. I'm ready to enjoy this. Again, left-handed pitcher. Johnson Mania, Citius Prep, New Jersey, uncommitted, 6', 185.
For those who don't know or have never heard of Citius Prep, look it up. They are a very dynamic
We got a
high
93
school
on the
baseball
board already,
program.
followed up by a 92-mile-an-hour fastball.
It's almost getting comical at this point.
Yes, it is. I don't want to say, you can never say blasé about a 90-mile-an-hour fastball, but it's pretty business-like for most of these guys. Here comes one of his secondary pitches. Ooh.
Oh,
Dropped me off the table one time.
that might be the best breaker we've seen today.
Wow. Sharp. That's
Yeah,
a good pitch. That's a good pitch.
That pitch works.
Going to show it off again. Why not? Very consistent with that pitch as well. I don't think he liked that last one as much, but the first two were nasty.
That's a 2,400 RPM breaking ball with nearly 5 inches of induced vertical.
Just finding his groove here a little bit. Just like the heater. That'll work.
Getting a chance to see Dan Savit start to loosen up to get ready to throw his pen.
There was the
Using
changeup.
some old guard
Oh yeah.
ideas. He's loosening up, throwing a fast pitch softball, doing a little underhand action, getting the arm revved up to start.
You know, I got to tell you, one thing I like that I've seen here with Johnson is, you know, his fastball. He was a couple pitches there earlier, struggled to locate a little bit, but guess what brought it back? He started throwing that secondary pitch, and now all of a sudden the fastball is finding its spot, and it's great to see a pitcher that can use the pitches that he has to bring back obviously what is probably one of his best pitches, if not his best, which is his fastball. Very good job right there. Again, we're looking at an uncommitted 2021 pitcher, Johnson Mania. Citius Prep, New Jersey, 6', 185. Left-hander here. Live arm. Yeah, I'm going to agree with you. I don't think we've seen one that good today. Not that we haven't seen some good
And
ones.
that's another example of what we were talking about. You know, the metrics and the technology supporting what you see.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't have to look at the metrics.
No,
We
no.
saw it immediately out of
No.
the hand and went, "Oh,
Yeah.
that's the best breaking ball we've seen today."
Yeah.
Then you look at the numbers and you go, "Yeah, it is."
Well, and just there's something about the pitch because it just kind of it sits there and then all of a sudden it disappears. You know what I mean? And it's such a tight spin. It's
You know what?
fantastic.
I just caught you said Citius Prep, New Jersey, and you were not incorrect. That's how it's listed on the. But that's not correct. It's New York.
Oh. Okay. Sorry about that.
No, that's not your fault. It's just that it stuck with me for a second. I thought I knew where Citius Prep was located. They just had it listed wrong on the.
You know what's funny? I think if I'd have said Citius Prep, Iowa, not one college coach would care. I think he doesn't
They
really
would find
worry.
them. Yeah.
But we will fix that. We do want to give him credit from where he's actually from. I just love the poise on all these guys that are throwing and the concentration. They're obviously working hard. We'll get you a number and a name on this next pitcher. Talking things over with the catcher, making sure they're on the same page. This guy's got some legs on him, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Wow. Lower half. Probably not afraid of a squat or two. Yeah, Dan's got the beats on, man. He's ready to rock. All right, we got number 25 here. Number 25 is also Sidious Prep. Oh, boy. These guys going to have a staff here or what? Right-handed pitcher. I'm going to give the name my best effort here.
I believe Jared told me it's Andrelis Pamps.
Okay. Uncommitted, New York, 5'11", 190, coming from the right side. I'm going to guess these guys are a fearsome duo. Yeah, I would think. Wonder if they want to move them on tours. It's a little late for that, I guess, but very good, very good. He's already eclipsed 90 here.
Actually touched 91.
Got a 91. Okay.
Yeah. That's 14.
I don't know if Dan's gonna. Oh man, another good bender.
Take the pressure off of Dan.
Yeah,
if we get to the 15 before he gets up on the bump, we won't have to worry about it.
That was a little better. That last pitch, he kind of flew off to the left side a little. That time he stayed in line. It's creating such force and torque. There it is again.
I think if I was a college coach, I would go watch Sidious Prep's freshman baseball team work out and start my recruiting process right there.
Well, you got to figure somebody's working with these guys, at some point, and for them to both represent the same high school and be this strong of a 1-2, it's got to excite you a little bit. So yeah, something in the water there. What's the spin rate on him? Do you got one?
He's another guy that's going to be a guy that at low spin rate in the 1900s is going to be a guy
heavy
with
ball.
some sink. Heavy, yep.
Those of you watching, we're watching right-handed pitcher, number 25 here, Andrelis Payamps, Sidious Prep, New York, uncommitted, 5'11", 190. Right-hander, dealing. And there's the other thing, you wonder, like, you put some of these guys in a situation too where it's a city championship or a district championship or a travel tournament, where you get to that championship game. That adrenaline will give you one or two also for an inning or so.
Yeah, absolutely.
So just great to see these guys coming out here and doing such a fantastic job. I think we're down to 2 after this, and then Dan, or maybe 2 guys. 2 guys to the left here, and then we're gonna have a lot of fun. I gotta say, Dan's been pretty businesslike all day too.
Mm-hmm.
He's not as talkative as he usually is, so I think he might be feeling the pressure he put on himself.
Pressure or just
fun.
Competitive juices.
Whatever. Yeah. Let it flow. If you got it, flaunt it.
He might have wanted to pick a different event after the number of guys trotting out here following 90s.
Well, or was that strategic?
I don't know.
It's also fun. It is fun, though, watching these guys go through their routines. It's good to see that each guy that's coming up has their routines, including Dan, like you mentioned with that softball there. And, it's preparation. Preparation meets opportunity. We got here number 12. Number 12, right-handed pitcher, Kyle McCaffrey, out of Verona, New Jersey, and he will be attending Southern. I'm guessing that's Southern University. Just says Southern.
Albany.
Oh, I looked at the wrong one, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yes, I did. Sorry. Hold
That's
on
all
a
right.
second. Yep, right-handed pitcher Kyle McCaffrey, Albany, 6 foot 160 out of Verona, New Jersey. Kyle McCaffrey. Touching 85 there with the first pitch. Going to go with a slide piece here. Very composed on the mound. Good mechanics. Short slot. That seems like it's kind of become the norm here with a lot of these guys today.
One thing I look for is length of levers, and at 6 foot 160, he's got all kinds of room to add physicality to his frame, but you can't grow your arms.
Correct.
It's what God gave you, and he's got length there. So as he adds weight and strength, you could see that velocity jump quite a bit quickly.
You can watch him for 25 seconds and see that he knows what he's doing on the mound. He knows what he can do. He stays within himself. Looks like he knows how to pitch.
Mm-hmm.
Down in the zone with all of his pitches. He's got more pitches than anybody. I don't know. He's got a couple different angles, it looks like, because I saw him giving the, your signal out here. So obviously using an arsenal as well. Comes a fastball. Doing a good job there at 85 again. Coming out of the stretch now. Nice pitch. It's another thing that we see out of all these guys. They're making sure they work each of their, some of the guys are out of the stretch constantly, but he's obviously a guy that will do both. Good control of his off-speed pitches, his secondaries. Comes maybe a different angle, a little two-seam run maybe. Oh, yeah. Nice pitch. We have number 16 waiting in the wings. Name is Phil Fox. We'll get into that here in a couple minutes. We're watching the end of this bullpen here. Kyle McCaffrey, Verona, New York. Will be attending Albany. They're getting themselves a good one here. It's like one heater. Finish up the show. Good job. Very consistent there through that bullpen.
Well, we're about to see Phil Fox here. Phil's another one that's a lot like Derek Cease in that he gets about as much out of his frame as humanly possible. Yeah, I know.
You're sitting at 14, Coach.
Well, Phil has a chance to get us to 15 and not put the pressure on Dan, but in the event that he doesn't.
Here comes Phil Fox, right-handed pitcher out of Hempfield area, Pennsylvania. Going to play for a dear friend of mine. He's going to go to Gardner-Webb University. They've got themselves a program started down there. Coached it a long time at Lock Haven University here in Pennsylvania, then went to Barton College, working his way up the ladder, and his name is just totally miffing me right now.
Jim Chester.
Yes, Jim Chester. My goodness. He'd be mad at me if he was listening right now, but I'm about to talk up one of his pitchers, so he'll get over it. We were down there earlier this summer. What do we got?
Oh, he's got a
He's gonna have
chance.
to pick it up.
He's got a chance.
But I'll tell you, they've really done a great job with their program down there. He's got himself some great assistant coaches. Phil Fox, 5'10", 170, out of Hempfield area high school in Pennsylvania. Going to get to play ball where it's warm. Physical specimen here. He's definitely no stranger to the weight room. He's put together.
Phil's a talented two-way guy that recently in the last year has realized that this is the position that's going to give him the greatest opportunity early on at the collegiate level, but talented defender and hitter as well.
I'm going to shoot Coach Chester a text as we speak, see if he's with us.
I would guess that Coach Chester is on a baseball field today.
Probably right.
They're nearing the point that they open up their season. They're probably doing inter squads today, but just in case, go ahead and check it out.
Yeah, he's one of the good guys. He's one of those guys that he's really worked his way up the ladder. He's stayed humble, but he's got a good thing going. I mean, I think they're real excited about their facilities. I know they've done some things, so again, Phil's going to enjoy that. Hempfield. Where is Hempfield?
Hempfield is in Greensburg, PA, where Seton Hill University is.
Okay. Speaking of,
he's actually from Hempfield area. There is a Hempfield High School in Lancaster, PA.
Okay. Maybe that's my confusion.
Both are 6A schools, good-sized schools. Actually, Hempfield area might be 5A. But, yeah, they're located in Greensburg, PA. And quite ironically, I mentioned Seton Hill University is in Greensburg. That's where Coach Chester initially coached.
I did not.
Then became the head coach at Penn State Greater Allegheny.
Oh, no, we're not. We've been talking about it for like 10 minutes.
Well, this will be the last picture.
All right.
He doesn't want to be on this?
Well, it's going to be logged on YouTube. So.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll...
So we are getting ready to log off here. We want to thank everybody for checking us out today. I'm going to let you take us out, Coach, but we are, one last time, we are here at the Pbr Northeast Procase, Liberty Arena in Williamsport. It has been a fantastic day. Phil Fox going to Gardner-Webb just finished this up, and Coach, maybe some final words here.
Yeah, just want to thank everybody for following along with us. If not live, watching it on replay. Many thanks to Liberty Arena and the staff here for their welcoming us into the facility, a fantastic facility. We look forward to 2 more events tomorrow, and congratulations to the talented group of 47 players we had here today. They did not disappoint, so thanks again, and we look forward to the next time we get to see you. Take care.
Thanks, Coach. Enjoyed it.